Chapter 1144. Between the Aizu Archipelago and the Ogasawara Archipelago, there is an island with a total area of about 70 square kilometers. Home Island. 30 years ago, there was a period of time when spacequakes happened very frequently. Even this place was affected by spacequakes. A large part of the northern part of the island was hollowed out. From the middle of the island to the outside, it became an empty island sea. It looked very desolate. It was only in recent years that Home Island was redeveloped and turned into a sightseeing island with both scenery and entertainment. In this respect, Home Island and Tiangong City have a very similar background. After all, Tiangong City used to be a ruin because of frequent spacequakes. Later it was redeveloped into a residential area. Like other redeveloped areas, Home Island had also been perfectly planned and organized, and a perfect disaster prevention policy had been implemented. In terms of measures to deal with space earthquakes, it might be a little weaker than Tiangong City, but it was not much weaker. Moreover, the coast was completely cut off because of spacequakes. Like a crescent moon suspended in the ocean, it formed a precious and beautiful scenery, attracting a lot of tourists. Whether local or foreign, people came to Home Island for sightseeing almost every day. Perhaps it was a little disrespectful to the victims who had lost their lives because of the spacequake. But in fact, Home Island did have the opportunity to gradually become prosperous and become a tourist attraction because of spacequakes. And the free study trip sponsored by Cross Travel Agency is the destination of this island. The plane carrying the students and teachers of Lai Chan High School gradually landed on the crescent-shaped island. It didn't stop until it arrived at an airport. Not long after, the preparations to get off the plane were quickly completed. One by one, students in uniforms and teachers in casual clothes got off the plane and stood in the airport. They looked around. There was a bit of excitement on their faces. Taking a deep breath of the slightly cold air, Wu Yan couldn't help but praise while carrying a travel bag. Such fresh air, it smells cool even to the throat. It's the best place to travel in the summer. Indeed. Shiori also took a breath of the air. There was a faint surprise on her face. Originally, because the destination was too close, I didn't have much expectation. I didn't think it would be such a good place. Coming to this study trip was the right choice. Why do you all look so happy? Toka wrinkled her nose and sniffed the air with all her might. There's no smell at all. There's also a very, very strange smell. That's probably the smell of the sea. Wu Yan laughed and rubbed Toka's head. Don't smell fresh air like food, you idiot. I'm not an idiot. Toka retorted. Astria is an idiot. Astria? Shiori was taken aback. She asked in confusion. Who is Astria? Astria is. She is an idiot. Seeing as Toka is about to explain to Shiori, Wu Yan interrupted her. He pushed the two of them and they walked towards the rest of the party. It's time to gather. Hurry up. I know, don't push me. HK. Don't be so calculative. Let's go quickly, seriously. While the three of them were pushing and shoving each other, Irene got off the plane. She looked at Wu Yan and Toka as she pressed down on one of her ears. At the same time, in the sky above Home Island, the clouds that were gathered together suddenly flowed to the sides as if they were cut open by something. The soft cotton clouds flowed in the direction of the flow and drew a rather large frame, proving that there was something over there. As a matter of fact, there are indeed some things there. It's a humongous object. In a space that was invisible to the naked eye, a giant airship that was dark red in color and shaped like a cobra's head was floating above the clouds. Against the dense air pressure, it parted the clouds and slowly moved forward. The name of this airship was Albalt, and it was one of the few large airships manufactured by the DM company. In order to support Irene and help her capture the elves at any time, Westcott didn't hesitate to send out this airship and let it listen to Irene's orders. Once Irene confirmed that the target was the elves, then this Albert would launch a fierce attack on Orami Island. The executive force that has been keeping in touch with Elaine is on standby in this Albert. In Albert, a middle-aged man sitting on the captain's seat looked at the screen showing Wu Yan and Toka. He rubbed his beard as if he was thinking of something. They're the targets this time? Isn't it just a brat and a little girl? Are they really fairies? If fairies can be judged by their appearance, we wouldn't have to work so hard. The moment the middle-aged man, who seemed to be the captain, finished his words, a loudspeaker sounded in the surroundings. It's the voice of DM's second executive department head, Irene. Fairies have all kinds of strange abilities. They can hide their psychic waves and maintain a certain degree of appearance. It's stupid to use psychic wave detectors to identify fairies. Hearing Irene's blunt and impolite words, the captain of Albald chuckled and shrugged. Is that so? Thank you for your reminder, executive department head. Hearing the captain's indifferent tone from the headset, Irene frowned slightly, and her voice became cold. Anyway, stay alert. Don't lose sight of those two. The captain's eyes turned vicious. He looked at Irene's image on the screen and felt displeased. As the world's strongest magician, Irene's strength is unimaginable. However, the captain is very displeased with Irene. He hasn't seen Irene's strength with his own eyes. Just the fact that he has to obey the orders of a little girl who is old enough to be his daughter is enough to make him feel displeased. That's why he's always treated Irene's orders with a perfunctory attitude. Of course, to avoid being punished for failing the mission, the captain won't let his emotions control him. He'll still carry out the orders he needs to carry out. For example, then what should we do? Yes. That's right. Irene pondered for a moment before issuing the order. First, cut off the radio signal on Homie Island. At least make sure no one can stop us. Understood. The captain nodded expressionlessly. He waved at the crew below. Activate the hindrance domain. Cut off the radio signal. Yes, sir. A series of overlapping responses echoed in the air. Then, below the captain's seat, a group of Albert's crew members began to operate the computer. After a while, a thin layer of fog-like barrier shrouded the entire island. It was hidden in the void and no one could see it. Island's overall area is 70 square kilometers. It's able to activate the domain on the entire island. The scale alone is incomparable to AST. With this hindrance domain, other than Irene's special communication device, all communication between the island and outside will be cut off. In other words, no matter what happens on the island, AST won't be able to detect anything even if there's a space quake. Homie Island will become a place where the Dem can do whatever they want. The hindrance domain has been activated. The radio signal has been cut off. The captain reported word by word and casually suggested, "Do we need to send out the Bandersnatch?" Hearing this, Irene fell silent for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. "Have all the Bandersnatch on standby on Homie Island." What? The captain, who was just casually saying it, couldn't help but be shocked. All the Bandersnatch? Don't doubt your ears. Irene looked up at Wu Yan's receding figure. Her lips curled into an ugly smile. If I don't do this, I won't feel at ease. Chapter 1145. Fraxinus is in the sky above Komei Island. Captain! Captain! Standing on the edge of the command platform, Jean Na kept shouting into the communication device in front of him. This scene had been going on for more than 10 minutes. However, no matter how loud she shouted, Wu Yan's voice didn't come out of the loudspeaker. She frowned as she looked at Ling Yin and Yiyu. She sighed and shook her head. It's still not working. I can't contact the captain. The radio signal doesn't seem to be able to reach Hume Island. Ling Yin answered calmly as she operated a sophisticated instrument. Looks like someone is interfering with the radio signal transmission on Komei Island. Someone? Yiyu was slightly taken aback. Then her eyes narrowed. Is it Dem? Dem. Hearing the name of the organization he used to belong to, Shina's face showed some disgust, but he still nodded. Indeed, other than Dem, I can't think of anyone else who has the ability to interfere with Ratatosker's radio signal. Vice Commander Shinzuki. Night Moon turned around and looked at Kyuhei, who was still rubbing his head against the commander's desk. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "What should we do?" Well, if it's the commander's brother, then we'll be fine. Even without our support, they would still be more active and safe than anyone else. Kanazuki Kuhei said nonchalantly. Many of Ratatosker's members were speechless. Shina, Yu, and Ling Yin were the only ones who noticed that Shinzuki Kuhei's careless and unreliable words were the most accurate analysis of the situation. The three of them looked at each other. Yu asked Shinzuki Kuhei again. Are we just going to wait here? Well. Shinzuki Kuhei rubbed his chin and muttered. The commander's brother is strong. He doesn't need our support. However, the commander's sister and Toka are still on Home Island. No matter how strong the commander's brother is, the two of them might be exposed to danger. Hearing this, the three of them were convinced that Kanazuki Kuhei was not someone to be judged by his appearance. As such, their faces were all tense. Deputy Commander Shenwue. Night Moon nodded. Please give the order. Hearing this, Shenwue stood up respectfully and waved his hand. It was only then that he looked like a deputy commander. Switch the mode of the radio signal. Try to bypass the signal blockage. Compress all the radio waves into one line. Target Ito Shido's wireless circuit. Yes. Miss Koi. After giving the order, Kanazuki Kuhei returned to his casual self. He said to Shina, just in case, please go to Hiroshima Island and secretly protect Toka and the commander's sister. That's exactly what I want. Gina smiled and jumped off the platform, running outside. Kanazuki Kuhei groaned in disgust after Shina left. He slumped on the platform and rubbed his face against Kotori's seat. Originally, I wanted to directly remove the invisible camouflage and let the Dem notice us. Then we would have a big battle. This way, when the commander comes back, he will definitely punish me severely. How happy would that be? The members of Ratatosker who were impressed by Kanazuki Kuhei's quick and decisive orders were now sweating profusely. They no longer expected anything from Kanazuki Kuhei. At the same time, on Home Island, using the surrounding buildings and trees as cover, Irene reported her whereabouts and gave some orders through her earpiece. She kept her eyes on Wu Yen, Toka, and Shirori who were chatting and laughing as they walked away. She carefully moved her feet. At this moment, the students of Raichan High School are being guided by the teachers towards the information center of Himejima. Maybe it's because they didn't get to go sightseeing, so the students are a bit listless. Only Toka, who is walking at the back of the group, is looking around curiously, causing Wu Yen and Shirori to be full of smiles as well. When they were about to arrive at the archive, Wu Yen, who was walking at the back of the group, suddenly stopped. He said something to Shirori and Toka. After the two girls nodded, he smiled and waved his hand. Then he walked towards the forest. Seeing this, Irene was shocked. She glanced at Toka, who was following the group, and then looked at Wu Yen, who walked into the forest. She hesitated for a moment before speaking into her earpiece. Albald, you guys are in charge of monitoring the girl who is suspected to be Princess. I'll follow the boy who is suspected to be Red Devil. Executive Director. Irene nodded heavily. She tightened her grip on her camera and moved her feet. She followed Wu Yen from afar and walked towards the forest. In a corner of Home Island, there was a forest that wasn't big but it wasn't small either. It surrounded the area with the most people and was distributed in an irregular circle. This forest was one of the scenic spots on Home Island. Although it wasn't famous, it attracted the attention of some tourists due to the rare species of trees that could occasionally be found here. As for the forest itself, it wasn't very dense. In fact, it was a little sparse. Of course, the sparse trees were only relative to other forests. For ordinary people, this forest was enough to be a good place to play hide and seek. Therefore, Irene couldn't help but boldly pull a distance away from Wu Yen. She used the surrounding trees to hide herself and followed behind Wu Yen unhurriedly. In front of her, Wu Yen passed through one tree after another. He didn't admire the rare species of trees, nor did he pay attention to the surrounding scenic spots. He walked as if he had no destination at all. Seeing this scene, Irene's heart was filled with doubts. However, she still followed closely behind Wu Yen. Just like now, there was no outsider present. It was very likely that Red Devil would reveal a circle. At that time, Irene would be able to confirm that Wu Yen was an elf. Just as Irene was thinking about this, Wu Yan suddenly stopped in front of her. The voice that disturbed Irene's mood on the plain echoed in the empty forest. I don't know how long it will take me to walk like this. Let's stop here. As if talking to himself, Wu Yan turned around. His wine-red eyes stared straight at Irene. A playful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Still not planning to come out? I'm sorry. I've been discovered. Hiding behind a tree, Irene's heart suddenly trembled. She saw the smile on Wu Yan's face and her palms involuntarily sweated. She took a deep breath and suppressed her emotions. She walked out and stared straight at Wu Yan. You discovered me long ago. That's why you deliberately walked into the forest, right? If you insist on an explanation. Wu Yan shrugged. Well, that's the general situation, is that so? Irene's expression turned cold. Can I ask, how did you find me? Interesting, that's an interesting question. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Irene, I was right when I said you're a little muddle-headed. Crossing his arms in front of his chest, Wu Yan laughed as he explained. I already pointed out a few of your flaws on the plane. These flaws are more than enough to prove that you're not a normal photographer. You also have other motives. Do you really think I wouldn't do something to you? Irene abruptly raised her head. What did you do to me? Well, don't be nervous. Wu Yan smirked. It's just a little detection magic that allows me to sense your location. It won't be long before it disappears. Magic? Irene raised her eyebrows in confusion. Magic? Wu Yan's smile slowly faded. His expression was indifferent, but it gave Irene a strange sense of oppression. It's different from the fake magic that you magicians recreate with the help of the display device. It's real magic. You. Irene's eyes narrowed. Chapter 1146. His voice echoed in her ears. She felt like she fell into an ice cave. Her body temperature dropped at an unimaginable speed. She even felt a chill in her heart. Looking at Wu Yan's nonchalant expression, Irene more or less understood what's going on. His identity had been exposed from the very beginning. The man in front of her not only has magical powers, but he also knows her identity. Otherwise, why would he say something like, magician, that belongs to the combat personnel who control the CR unit? Perhaps he had already been exposed to them. Even secret information such as the executive director of the DIM might be known by them. Thinking of this, Irene felt that her investigation along the way was like a clown's, and her face suddenly turned ugly. You really are the elf. The Red Devil. The Red Devil? Wu Yan frowned and scratched his face. Is that my identification name? Who gave me such an ugly name? Seeing Wu Yan's nonchalant attitude, Irene's ugly face faded away. It was replaced by a cold and emotionless face. You just have to answer me. Are you an elf or not? Oh. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and smirked. At this point in time, even if I don't admit I'm an elf, you won't believe me, right? Wu Yan shrugged. Just think of me as an elf. If that's the case, all of you who have been pursuing fairies should be very happy. Hearing this, Irene once again confirmed her guess. It seems like you already know my true identity. Irene threw the camera in her hand to the ground and narrowed her eyes. If that's the case, please give up on your futile resistance and come with me. Is this the first thing you say after coming to the conclusion that I'm an elf? Wu Yan shook his head in disappointment. I was expecting you to say some unexpected lines, Miss Elaine. How boring. So, you're not going to cooperate? Irene's eyes also turned cold. She was different from her behavior at the beginning. Now, she was emitting a sharp aura. Even the air around her became a lot thicker. Are you finally serious? Wu Yan had an amused expression when he sensed the change. He even praised her for it. As expected of the world's strongest magician. You even know that? Irene's cold expression turned gloomy. How much do you know? I know. I know everything I can, Irene said in a half-joking, half-serious tone. Wu Yan pretended to be deep in thought before he laughed out loud. For example, your identity, Ms. Irene, or that annoying guy from Westcott. Even Ike knows about it? Irene gritted her teeth and took a few steps back. Forget it. As for why you know so much, I'll interrogate you when we get back to the company. That's not a bad idea. Wu Yan closed his eyes as if he's thinking about something. He opened his eyes after a while. He opened his eyes and smiled. How about this, Ms. Irene? Let's play a game. A game? Irene blinked. A game. Wu Yan opened his arms as if to show his sincerity. He looked at Irene with an open mouth. The rules of the game are like this. If you can beat me, I'll go with you to meet Will Scott. Alice's eyes narrowed and she asked in a deep voice, Then what if I lose? Lose? Well, I lost. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and he looked up at the sky with a grin. There seems to be one of your DM's airships up there. You sure know everything, huh? Irene looked at Wu Yan with an expressionless face. And then? Even if it's a DM, there shouldn't be many airships of this size. You'll feel bad if it's destroyed, right? You. Irene held her breath. Could it be? Have you guessed it? Wu Yan grinned mischievously. He pointed at the sky with his finger. If you lose, I'll be responsible for sending that scrap metal to the recycling station. Irene stared at the grinning Wu Yan and for some reason, her heart started beating faster. For the first time in her life, she was afraid. No matter how strong the man was, he had everything under his control. It was as if he could predict the future. She couldn't help but fear him. Sensing this fear, Irene clenched her fists. Then what about the game? That goes without saying. Wu Yan looked at Irene with an exaggerated look of surprise. He continued with a condescending tone. Since Miss Irene is the most powerful magician in the world, of course, I have to defeat you in your area of expertise. That's the most interesting thing, isn't it? Hearing this, the fear in Irene's heart was replaced by a trace of anger. Are you looking down on me? Why would I? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at Irene mockingly. It's just that Ms. Irene seems to think that no one in this world can defeat you. That's why I want to use my real strength to wake you up. So that you can recognize your own ignorance and insignificance. The anger in Irene's heart was easily ignited. Bzzz. Specks of golden light suddenly converged from all directions and condensed on Irene's body, completely covering her body inside. In a situation where even the air is trembling, the light that enveloped Irene's body is beginning to twist and stretch. When the light dissipated, Irene looked completely different from before. The clothes on his body were replaced by a tight-fitting and smooth uniform. His limbs were wrapped in mechanical armor, with parts scattered all over his body. On his back were mechanical wings that looked like wings, and on his back were two sword-shaped equipment that were slender and oversized. The display device, for personal combat, the CR unit. It was because of this equipment that an individual could obtain power that far exceeded that of an ordinary person and become a special race that was limited to this world, a magician. In the past, ASU relied on such equipment to fight against the elves. However, unlike AST's equipment, Irene's CR unit was not only white in color, but its design was even more unique. It's definitely not an ordinary CR unit. Oh, you're angry. Wu Yan teased Irene as he sized up the CR unit on her body. This CR unit seems to be a lot stronger than the AST set. Don't compare my Pendragon to the AST, that's more common. Irene pulled out the sword-shaped equipment on her back. A laser beam shot out and pointed at Wu Yan. My Pendragon is a CR unit specially made by DEM. It's the most suitable CR unit for me. Comparing AST, which can be made by spending a certain amount of money, with it is the biggest insult. My apologies then. Wu Yan didn't sound apologetic at all. He stomped on the ground and he leaped into the air. He shot into the sky and he shot towards the horizon. Trying to escape. She tightened her grip on her lightsaber and the wings on her back released a burst of thrust. Under Irene's control, she chased after Wu Yan and flew into the sky as well. Like two meteors, the two of them drew a smooth trajectory, one in front and one behind. They shot up into the boundless sky like chasing the stars and the moon. Only when they reached the clouds did the two of them reveal their figures. They floated above the clouds, facing each other from a distance. Looking at Irene, who was aiming her laser sword at him, Wu Yen laughed. He waved his hand and Nietono no Shana came out of the gate of Babylon and landed on his palm. He then pointed it downwards at an angle. Let's start our game. Chapter 1147. Let's begin our game. Hearing this, Irene's delicate face flashed with sharpness. No matter what kind of existence you are, in this world, no one can defeat me. Irene waved the laser sword in her hand and pulled it to her waist. She held the sword with both hands and rushed out with the push of the ejector on her back. Wherever she passed, the sky filled with clouds was torn open. In a sonic boom, she rushed to Wu Yen like a hot knife through butter. Clang! Along with the crisp sound of metal clashing, a ferocious chi burst out from the center of the collision. Instantly, the clouds within a radius of more than 10 meters were blown away. It was as if something had exploded here, leaving a hole in the sky. Quite the strength. Wu Yen held Nian Shana and looked up at the laser sword that was less than 10 centimeters away from his head. He gritted his teeth and swung Nian Shana with all his might. Clang! The nimble blade landed heavily on the laser lightsaber. Immediately after, a ferocious force that no one could match was unleashed on the laser lightsaber. In terms of body size, Nian Shana was the weaker one, but the laser lightsaber in Irene's hand was almost cut in half. It wasn't that Nian Shana didn't have the ability to cut the laser sword. Before it could be chopped apart, the laser sword, together with Irene herself, was blasted away by the force of a mountain. Irene once again tore apart the clouds in her path. It wasn't until she flew out a few hundred meters that she had the strength to adjust her body. With the push of the ejector on her back, she once again floated in the air. Her hand holding the sword couldn't stop trembling. She looked at Wu Yen with eyes filled with shock. Irene's special CR unit, Pandaragon, although it wasn't developed in terms of strength, it could still block the charge of any elf. It could even barely block the charge of an airship. But even so, his opponent was Wu Yen. He was still at an absolute disadvantage, and his laser lightsaber was almost cut in half. How could that elf be so strong? How could Irene know that she was a true ancestor? Wu Yan's physical strength was above that of ordinary demons, coupled with the purification and strengthening of the magical pond water. He had already reached a level where even the beastmen who excelled in physical strength could not match him. The power she had seen was but a drop in the ocean. What's wrong? Game over? Wu Yan's mocking voice echoed clearly in her ears as he looked at Irene, who was a few hundred meters away. If this is the strength of the world's most powerful magician, then I'm sure you'll be able to defeat him. That would be too disappointing. I'll make you regret saying that. Irene's face turned cold, and with a low shout, the laser lightsaber in her hand vibrated, and then, traces of golden arcs flashed like electric arcs, and in the sizzling sound, a rich and strange energy burst out. Wu Yen furrowed his brow and mumbled when he felt the vast amount of energy coming at him. That's magic power? That's right, the energy flashing on Irene's laser lightsaber was the unique energy source used to power the display device, in this world, magic power. With a shout, Irene held the laser lightsaber in her hand, and her whole body was wrapped in the airflow that erupted from the ejector. With an oppressive wind, she suddenly flew out and stabbed fiercely at Wu Yen. She didn't learn to be obedient? This thought flashed through Wu Yan's mind, and then he slowly raised the Nin Temple Shana in his hand and blocked the path of the laser lightsaber. The next moment, the laser lightsaber and the Nin Temple Shana suddenly collided. Bang! In the midst of the explosion, the clouds in the sky dissipated inch by inch, blown away one by one. Ding! The tip of the laser lightsaber suddenly touched the blade of the Nin Temple Shana, and a violent shockwave swept out in all directions, and Irene's attack was still ineffective. But Wu Yan's expression changed slightly. That was because the golden electric arcs flashing on the laser lightsaber suddenly burst out and collided with the Nin Temple Shana. There was not much force behind it, but there was an indescribable repulsive force, and it knocked the Teen Temple Shana to the side. A faint smile appeared on Irene's face, but she did not hold back at all. She pulled the laser lightsaber back again, and in 1/100th of a second, she stabbed fiercely at the same position of the Teen Temple Shana that was slanting downwards. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and the Teen Temple Shana, that was already slanting downwards, suddenly expanded. Ding 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 ding. In an instant, the laser lightsaber in Irene's hand turned into raindrops that blotted out the sky, and struck the Teen Temple Shana, at least 100 times in a single second. Then, with a rather crisp sound, the Teen Temple Shana, in Wu Yan's hand, was knocked out of his hand, and it flew out. Irene's eyes flashed fiercely. "It's over!" Like a declaration, Irene waved the laser lightsaber in her hand and slashed it towards Wu Yan's chest. Irene had no doubt that this attack of hers could end the battle. An elf without an angel would be at least a few times more powerful, and without an angel, even the AST people would be able to defeat an elf. Moreover, the opponent seemed to have been careless all this time, and had not even changed his spiritual equipment. If he was attacked, he would be no different from a normal person being attacked. Victory was in Irene's hands. Unfortunately, Wu Yan was not an elf, and Teen Temple Shana was not an angel. Wu Yan did not need spiritual equipment, because he had an immortal body. Wu Yan did not need an angel, because his own strength was 10,000 times more powerful than an angel. Ding! The expected tearing sound did not come as expected. Irene's determined strike was exchanged for an extremely soft and crisp sound. The laser lightsaber did not hit Wu Yan's body, but was gently pinched by 2 fingers. Impossible! Irene's cold expression after equipping the Pandaragon began to fluctuate violently, and in the end, it turned into thick shock. Yes. Looking up, his wine-red eyes met Irene's incredulous gaze. Wu Yan grinned, and said slowly under Irene's gaze, "It's over." With that, Wu Yan raised his other hand, and a monstrous cold air accompanied by a burst of white mist burst out, turning into an icicle, and with a sharp sound of tearing through the air, it pierced towards Irene's chest. The deadly sense of crisis touched Irene's nerves, awakening her from her shock. Looking at the icicle that was shooting towards her chest like a meteor, Irene's expression changed drastically. She didn't have time to think and shouted out softly, "Tori, Domain of Will. Activate." A circle of dazzling green light spread out from Irene's body, and then compressed fiercely, forming a transparent green hexagon the size of a wash basin in front of her chest. The icicle did not slow down, and in an instant, it pierced the small shield. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, a circle of invisible ripples suddenly surged out and blew across the sky, until all the clouds in the distance were blown away, and the shockwave dissipated. Irene clenched her teeth, the Tori in front of her rippled violently, and the icicle was like a spinning drill bit, and at the same time, it pierced the Tori in front of her, causing the Tori in front of her to ripple violently. Seeing this scene, half of Irene's heart has already turned cold. Her Tori in front of her is the strongest magician in the world. Even with this, she still can't block the attack of the elf who lost her angel? This elf, this man, who the hell is he? You really know how to put up a meaningless resistance? The world's strongest magician. Seeing the stalemate between the icicle and the Tori in front of him, Wu Yan pursed his lips, and with a clench of his hand, a huge icicle at least twice as thick as the icicle in front of him is formed in his hand. Well then, let me thoroughly crush your laughable arrogance. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Irene's face turned deathly pale. Chapter 1148. After a brief exchange, Wu Yan had a rough idea of how strong Irene's Pandaragon was. Peak of rank 8. A true peak of rank 8. She's stronger than Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Yoshino, and even Meijio. Wu Yan finally understood why Irene was so confident in her own strength. She did have the strength to defeat and even kill an elf. If Wu Yan didn't come to this world and Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino didn't become Wu Yan's summons, they wouldn't be Irene's match in a one-on-one duel. The world's strongest magician? An existence that no one can defeat? Indeed, Irene has the right to have that title and the right to say those words. But that was in the past. Now, let the lone coterie and Toka who reached rank 9, even Kurumi who's also at peak rank 8 can easily defeat Irene. In terms of strength, Kurumi and Irene are on par, but Kurumi's carving emperor's ability is too heaven-defying. Plus, they don't have to worry about time anymore, so defeating Irene isn't too difficult. Even the weakest of them, the 4 Bakunas, after summoning an angel, would have the same strength as Irene. Because of Wu Yan, this variable Irene. In this world, it was no longer the era where Alice was called the strongest. Of course. Maybe there's someone Wu Yan doesn't know who can defeat Irene, but at least for now, the strongest in this world is Wu Yan. Wu Yan looked at the pale-faced Irene while holding the icicle. His wine-red eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, the thick icicle turned into a raging steel drill. It pierced through the air with a sharp explosion and pierced into Irene's domain of will. Clang! Irene's territory seemed to have been thrown into a giant lake. A loud sound of collision rang out as if she had stabbed into some kind of hard steel. A ripple that couldn't be controlled no matter how hard he tried. The pale-faced Irene groaned. Her delicate body trembled as if she was struck by lightning. Her originally pale face turned paler and paler until there wasn't any color left in it. Unlike the display device that controls the display device, the CR unit, used for personal combat, uses the user's brain to control the display device and magic power. In a state of extreme overload, in order to support the territory, Irene's brain was beginning to be overwhelmed. The corners of her mouth and nostrils were all over her body. Even the corners of his eyes were bleeding, making him look a little ferocious. Bang! Finally! Even the world's strongest magician's Tersun Tori couldn't withstand the attack of the 2 super-strong icicles. With a muffled sound, Irene's Tersun Tori shattered and turned into pieces that filled the sky. Wah! Irene spat out a mouthful of blood. Her overwhelmed brain could no longer control even the weakest part of the display device. Even the ejector on her back had lost control and was extinguished, causing Irene to fall. However, just as she was falling, a shimmering purple chain emerged from a purple magic formation that extended out of thin air, hurtling toward Irene like an arrow. The chain wound around her limbs, and she was suspended in midair amid a string of crisp clangs. As expected of the world's most powerful magician, Wu Yan didn't know if he was mocking or praising Irene when he saw her hanging in front of him with blood flowing out of her orifices. He raised his hand slightly. A stream of light flew from below and landed on Wu Yan's palm. Nyedan Temple Shana appeared. Although I was careless, it's no wonder you keep saying world's most powerful when you can send my Nyedan Temple Shana flying. Wu Yan asked Shana to return to the gate of Babylon and glanced at Irene. But that's it. It's over. Our game, tied up. Irene struggled to raise her head. She stared at Wu Yan with eyes full of blood and tears. Her eyes are empty. Impossible. I'm the world's most powerful magician. Irene? Mira? I can't possibly lose to an elf. Perhaps you were once the world's most powerful. Wu Yan shook his head. But now, in this world, although the number of people who can defeat you is less than 5, there are indeed some. You're no longer the world's most powerful. I'm no longer the world's most powerful? Irene shuddered and shook her head as if she couldn't accept it. Impossible. Impossible. I'm the world's most powerful. Wu Yan looked at Irene sympathetically before he snickered. Looks like dem people like to be immersed in their own sweet dreams. Whether it's treating elves as prey or using unscrupulous means to achieve their goals, how disgusting. Wu Yan raised his hand and opened his palm. Traces of mana surged out and formed a magic formation the size of his palm. Then, at least let me free you. The magic array spun madly, carrying dense mana as it revolved. An attack containing a frightening wave of energy rolled out from the magic array. Just as the attack was about to erupt, Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. The hand holding the magic formation suddenly moved to his side and raised above his head. Almost at the same time Wu Yen moved his hand above his head, an oppressive sound broke through the air. A huge beam of light fell from the sky and landed on the magic formation. Boom! With a muffled sound, the beam of light collided with the magic array at 0 distance, instantly stirring up a violent shockwave and spark-like light spots, fiercely bursting forth. The sudden pillar of light startled Irene, who was waiting for her death. She looked up as if she recalled something. Wu Yen snorted and he tightened his grip on the magic formation. The magic formation expanded until it was as wide as the pillar of light. Then it exploded against the pillar of light. Boom! Amidst the roar, the magic array detonated the beam of light. Both of them turned into shockwaves, sweeping out in all directions with the aftermath of the collision. If this had happened on the ground, the shockwaves would have been enough to dig out a small piece of the ground. Wu Yen raised his head and followed Irene's gaze. Then, an airship with the head of a cobra came into view. Impossible! In Albalt, the captain and the crew shouted in unison. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The mana-condensing main cannon just now was fired using the maximum amount of mana generated by the entire airship. If the target had been changed to Kamui Island, the entire island might have been destroyed. But such an attack it was blocked by an elf. Unscathed, Albalt's captain took a few steps back with a blank expression. He looked at Wu Yan's figure on the big screen. His eyes were filled with fear. Is this the power of an elf? Captain! Suddenly, a crew member's horrified voice echoed throughout the airship. Because on the big screen, the elf that everyone was afraid of was facing their direction and opening her hand again. In her hand, 2 dark red magic formations with a diameter of about 2 meters overlapped. With the overlapped area as the center, the space around the magic formations began to crack inch by inch. In the next second, a white beam of light comparable to the mana-condensing main cannon shot out from the cracked magic formation under the watchful eyes of everyone in Albalt. On the screen, all the images were filled with intense white light. Like a meteor blooming in the sky, the white beam of light cut through space and even time, hitting a crimson airship in the sky and destroying everything in its path. Boom! Under the attack of the white beam of light, the dark red airship exploded in the sky. Chapter 1149. Dazzling light enveloped the entire place. The white light shot straight into the clouds and into the boundless sky. By the time the white light disappeared, Albalt had already exploded. Amidst the flames and dust, it turned into fragments that filled the sky and slowly fell to the ground. If anyone was paying attention to these falling fragments, they would clearly see that during the process of falling, the crimson cobra head-shaped fragments of the airship trembled for a moment, then turned into feathers that emitted a soft white glow. Witnessing the entire process of Albalt's death, Irene's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle before continuing to shrink. Looking at Wu Yen, who retrieved the dark red overlapping magic formation as if he did something insignificant, Irene fell into a daze. He destroyed the airship with just one hit. Hearing Irene's dry voice, Wu Yen glanced at her and curled his lips. That the Sigh of the Dragon King, launched from the St. George's Sanctuary, had the power to kill a dragon, let alone destroy an airship. That's good too. I don't have to look for it myself. Wu Yen shrugged and chuckled. Then I'll accept the game's reward. Irene's breathing quickened, her body began to struggle. Her brain finally regained the ability to control the CR unit, again. Under Irene's control, the Pandaragon's wing propellers shot up, creating waves of turbulence. Unfortunately, it's not an ordinary chain that binds Irene. It's the lock of discipline. With Irene's ability, she wouldn't be able to break free even if she was at her peak, let alone in her half-crippled state. With the push of the ejector on her back, her body was shaking violently. Even the discipline lock was shaking. It seemed like it would break at any moment, but no matter how hard she tried, the lock would not budge. No matter how hard Irene tried, the lock of discipline was only shaking. There was no sign of it breaking at all. Damn it. Feeling the pain in her limbs from struggling, Irene couldn't help but feel despair in her heart when the lock of discipline didn't change at all. Am I going to die here today? Irene's eyes were filled with unwillingness and gloominess. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. Looks like even the strongest magician in the world is afraid. He's also afraid of death. At this moment, whoosh, a faint wind whistled from the scene. It was getting louder and louder. Until now, the sky was clear due to the battle between Wu Yan and Irene. As the wind grew louder and louder, a thick layer of clouds floated in the sky. It wasn't white clouds, it was gray clouds. Sensing something amiss, Wu Yan and Irene stopped what they were doing. They looked around and what they saw stunned them. What is going on? Irene forgot to struggle. Confusion was written all over her face. Wu Yan frowned when he saw the dark clouds covering the area like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the gray clouds began to spin, forming a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool spun at an extremely slow speed. At this moment, the sky and the dark clouds seemed to have been sucked in by an invisible giant hand and were stirred up violently. The spinning speed became faster and faster, and in the end, the dark clouds in the sky formed a cloud vortex at a speed and scale that defied common sense and spun rapidly. Then, the surrounding scenery began to change at an alarming speed. The clear sky turned into dark clouds. It was like the gloominess before a storm. The calm and tranquil world suddenly turned into a typhoon with strong winds. The calm water surface turned into turbulent waves that crashed in all directions. In less than a minute, the world seemed to have been cursed by something and changed abruptly. Even a normal person would think that something is wrong with this change, let alone Wu Yan and Irene. This is... Reacting from the sudden change, the two of them actually looked at each other, and both of them became suspicious. Crackle, while the two of them were still in a baffled state, a wave of thunderous sounds swept out in all directions from the distant horizon. It resounded throughout the world and attracted the attention of the two people present. When the two of them turned their heads to look, the scene of two thunderbolts colliding with each other was imprinted into their eyes. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that there were two human figures in front of the two clashing thunderbolts. Are those elves? Irene was stunned for a moment before she cried out in surprise. Could it be a berserker? Berserker? Wu Yan couldn't help but look at the two lightning bolts. His wine-red eyes flickered for a moment before he remembered. In the original work, there were two elves who would appear at this time. Captain! Captain! Almost at the same time, Wu Yan's earpiece rang with a voice that woke him up. This voice. Is it you? Captain! I finally got in touch with you. On the other side, Yu's voice sounded surprised, but it quickly turned serious. Captain, where are you now? There was a riot on Komiai Island. Riot? Wu Yan paused for a second before pressing his earpiece. What happened? It's the DM's battle robot unit, Bandersnatch. You reported concisely. Just now, the DM's Bandersnatch unit attacked Komiai Island. Their target seems to be Toka. Wu Yan's expression changed and he quickly inquired. Are Toka and Shiori okay? Don't worry, Captain. Captain. At this point, Yu's voice carried a hint of a smile. When the radio signal on Komiai Island was blocked, Shinatsu ordered Shinatsu to secretly protect Toka and Yamahara-san. That's why everyone on Komiai Island is fine. The Bandersnatch unit suddenly stopped operating. Shinatsu told me to contact you and said that the matter was almost resolved. I didn't expect you to actually get in touch with him. Shinatsu, huh? Wu Yan sighed in relief. That was a great help. It's just as Kodori said. Underestimating him is bad. That's true. You agreed. But why did the operation of the Bandersnatch unit and the interference radio signal stop? Wu Yan chuckled as he looked at the spot where Albadel was standing. It's probably because I destroyed the main body, It's nothing. Wu Yan shook his head and looked at the two clashing lightning bolts. Something happened on my side as well. I need some time to deal with it. Before that, keep an eye on Toka, Shiori, and Komiai Island. Let Shinatsu deal with it. Understood, Captain. Nodding, Wu Yan ended the call. He turned around and looked at Irene, who was staring at him in a daze. He raised his hand once more. I'm sorry. Mana surged out of his palm and swirled, forming a mana vortex. I don't have time to deal with you. Irene's expression changed drastically. She clenched her teeth. Wu Yen smiled wickedly. Let's play another game. Wu Yen grinned as he held the mana vortex in his hand. The game is about your life and death. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes, ignoring Irene's reaction. If you can survive this attack, I'll accompany you to see we'll coat the next time we meet. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic vortex that resembled spinning flames suddenly flashed violently. Boom! The ferocious magic power struck Irene's body and engulfed her in thick smoke. Not long after, Irene fell from the smoke like a kite with a broken string. She fell into the vast sea below. Wu Yen looked at the two lightning bolts colliding with each other in the storm. He turned around and he disappeared from where he stood. Chapter 1150. The vast sky was gradually occupied by the strange rotating dark clouds. On the ground, the forests on several islands were gradually being razed to the ground by the violent winds. The lush green branches and leaves of the trees were blown away by the strong wind pressure. They flew everywhere, like clothes being thrown into a washing machine, constantly spiraling up into the sky. Some of the slender trees were even uprooted and shot into the surroundings like large bullets. Everywhere they passed, whether it was the ground or the rock walls, they were smashed into medium-sized holes. The waves rolled violently. Everything on the ground was distorted by the strong winds. Everything within the area covered by the swirling dark clouds was distorted. Fortunately, the islands that were being ravaged by the gale were all uninhabited. The only island with residents was Huamei Island. Due to the space quake problem, the disaster prevention measures were very perfect. Under the attack of such a gale, except for some uncleaned garbage and slender trees flying in the sky, everything else was normal. In the sky, above the clouds where the people on the ground could not see, the two thunderbolts collided fiercely once again, accompanied by an even more intense wind and shock wave. Then they separated, circled, collided again and circled again. This repeated repeatedly. Every time the two thunderbolts collided, a violent shock wave would be created. Every time the two thunderbolts circled, a violent wind would blow. As they continued to collide and circle, the dark clouds in the sky became denser and denser. The force of the rotation was also gradually increasing. At the same time, even the surrounding storm was gradually becoming stronger, sweeping everything under the sky unscrupulously. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the storm became so strong that even the disaster prevention measures on Hume Island couldn't withstand it. At that time, it would be a true disaster no less than a spatial earthquake. It would descend on Hume Island. Bang! A dull thud rang out once again. This time, the collision seemed to be more violent than the previous one. The time and distance between the two thunderbolts had been extended by quite a bit, causing the surrounding storm and swirling dark clouds to stagnate slightly. Perhaps they were tired. The distance between the two thunderbolts increased. After circling in the sky for a while, they stopped. They floated in the air, facing each other from a distance, and didn't collide again. At the same time, the thunderbolts gradually dissipated, revealing two figures inside. They were two beautiful girls in their prime. They were about 16 or 17 years old, not much different from high school students. Both of them had orange hair, silver eyes, delicate facial features, and slender figures. Different from their beautiful appearances, the attire of the two girls was extremely unique. They wore dark-colored jackets, and purple-blue restraints were wrapped around their bodies like leather straps. It covered their bodies. At the same time, his hands, legs, and neck were all shackled. The shackles were even connected to broken chains. He looked like a criminal, which was very strange. The only difference was that the orange hair of the girl on the right was completely coiled up. The shackles were on her right hand, right leg, and neck. The expression on her face was very arrogant, as if she was a queen who had walked out of nowhere. She was very arrogant. The girl on the left had her long orange hair braided into 3 braids. She had the exact same appearance as the other girl, But unlike the arrogance on the other girl's face, she had a pair of listless half-closed eyes. She looked much calmer and more docile than the other girl. In terms of details, this girl was slightly different from the other girl. The style was similar, but the shackles were on the opposite side. They were on the neck, left hand, and left foot. They had the same appearance and the same outfit. Different hairstyle, different temperament. In addition to the masochistic style of hunting clothes, many men with evil intentions would be stimulated by the beautiful sisters in front of them, unable to control their testosterone. Of course, they had to ignore their calamitous might. The two of them were quite far away from each other. They looked at each other with the same silver eyes. Whirlwinds swirled around them. It was like they were the center of a typhoon. They maintained this posture. Not long after, the girl on the right raised her head. "You're quite capable." As if she was acting in a play, the proud girl put her hands on her hips and said proudly, "As for your lively performance, this queen will give you recognition, Shi Xian." Denied. The listless girl with 3 braids called Shi Xian spoke calmly, as if she had lost all her strength. Yi Zhu Shi's praise will only lower Shi Xian's wariness and cause her combat strength to drop. It is a very low-end method. This consort disdains using such a despicable method. Yi Zhu Shi glared at Shi Xian, then abruptly pointed a finger at her. In front of this queen's unparalleled strength, there is no need to use psychological tactics against you. Refute. Shi Xian spat out these words expressionlessly. Unparalleled strength is something that Yi Zhu Shi has never possessed. How can you mortals peek at this queen's supreme fate? Yi Zhu Shi raised his head proudly. He was almost pointing his nose at the sky. Only fairies like this queen are worthy of the title of 8th dance. Shi Xian, it is time for you to give up. What a joke! Let a fairy like Yi Zhu Shi become a true 8th dance. That is the fate that no one can peek at. Shi Xian said calmly, the only one worthy of the title of 8th dance should be Shi Xian. Now is the only time you can show off, Shi Xian. Yi Zhu Shi put one hand on his waist and pointed at Shi Xian with the other as he shouted. Today is the important day for this queen to become a true 8th dance. Don't worry, Shi Xian, this queen will remember that you once had the right to compete with this queen for the title of 8th dance. This queen will make you a glorious stepping stone. Only Shi Xian will become a true 8th dance. The two young ladies used the same appearance and the same eyes to viciously glare at each other. Soon after, the whirlwinds on their bodies suddenly swelled and violently shook in all directions. They were like sharp steel knives that cut through everything. This is... Yi Zhu Shi charged at Shi Xian with the whirlwinds around him. The last one. Answer me. Shi Xian's eyes narrowed. Then, a gust of wind blew as he charged forward. The final victory will be Shi Xian's. With a suspenseful tone, the two identical girls, who looked like twin sisters, broke through the surrounding clouds with a momentum that could break through the atmosphere like a hot knife through butter and rush towards each other. At the center, their gazes met face to face. Immediately after, 2 slender fists wrapped in strong winds were forcefully swung out. Just as the 2 girls' fists were about to land on each other's faces, a figure appeared between them without any warning. Both Yi Zhu Shi and Shi Xian stopped in shock. However, they could not stop their fists from flying out. They were unable to stop their fists from flying out together. Before Yi Zhu Shi and Shi Xian could react, the figure reached out with both hands. Majestic mana currents surged around his hands, dispersing the whirlwinds in the 2 girls' hands. Then, with one in each hand, the figure grabbed onto Yi Zhu Shi and Shi Xian's fists with a crisp pop. Both Yi Jia and Shi Xian opened their mouths in shock. Although both of them had held back in that punch just now, it was still enough to shatter a piece of rock wall. Yet it was so easily stopped by the 2 of them at the same time. While the 2 young ladies were still in shock, the whirlwind on their bodies continued to swirl, whistling as it scraped against the figure's body, causing him to frown. With a sigh, the demonic energy in his hands that were grabbing the 2 young ladies' fists surged, creating a violent impact. Scatter! As he growled, the surging mana collided with the whirlwinds around Yi Jia and Shi Xian. With a muffled boom, the mana was blasted away. turning into a gust of wind that scattered in all directions. At the same time, Yigea and Shixian also felt a gentle yet powerful pushing force on their bodies, pushing them heavily. Amidst the cries of surprise, the two girls who looked exactly the same flew out and slid on the clouds for a distance. It wasn't until they slid a few dozen meters away that the two girls managed to stabilize themselves. They looked ahead with a shocked expression on their faces. They looked at the figure that suppressed the two girls. Chapter 1151. The wild wind gradually calmed down in the gray clouds. Who is that? I repeat, who is that? Yi Zhushi and Shixian both turned their gazes to the front. They looked at the figure floating between them in a straight line. Confusion appeared in their eyes. Feeling the two beautiful girls looking at him at the same time, Wu Yan lightly exhaled. He glanced at the two of them with an almost imperceptible glint in his eyes. Baowu Yi Juya, level 73. Baowu Shixian, level 73. Yasuo. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yaguya and Yushin. Their images matched perfectly with the images in his mind. They're the Baowu sisters? That's... Yiyu was surprised to see the Baowu sisters on the screen in Fraxinus. She looked at Ling Yin. Could those two elves be berserkers? Ling Yin looked up with dark circles under her eyes and glanced at the Baowu sisters. After a while, she nodded. Indeed, those two elves are berserkers. Wu Yan couldn't help but frown when he heard the conversation between Ling Yin and Yu. Looks like everyone knows the sisters. Well, we don't know each other. Yi Yu shrugged. Well, we don't know each other. I'm sure there are very few people who don't know about elves. Wu Yan glanced at the sisters who are sizing him up. How should I explain this? Night Moon pondered for a moment and then said, in every region of the world where spacequakes have occurred, the reaction of these two elves in the reality has been detected. Every region of the world? This time, Wu Yan is surprised. So you're saying that the sisters have caused spacequakes in every region of the world? That's not it. Yi Yu denied. Indeed, every time Berserker appeared, it would cause a huge spatial quake. The scale of the spatial quake was even greater than that of Shixiang and Shiwani. However, the two of them always appeared in the sky where there was no one around. That's why. The spacequakes they caused didn't hurt anyone. Spacequakes didn't hurt anyone. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. It sounds like there's another reason for them to be hurt? Yes. Yes. Yi Yu's tone was heavy. Although the spatial tremors caused by the two elven sisters didn't harm anyone, they would always appear together in the reality realm, and they would immediately start fighting each other every time they appeared in the reality realm. In addition, they were elves who could control the wind. As a result, it's like a typhoon with self-awareness. While they were making a ruckus, they destroyed everything in their path, didn't they? Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked down at the uninhabited island that was ravaged by the turbulent ocean waves. He shook his head. So that's why the ID name is Berserker? How fitting. That's right. Yi Yu said helplessly, it's unintentional. However, the disasters they bring to the world are real and they're often exposed to the public. They're the most troublesome pair for organizations that want to keep the existence of elves a secret. Therefore, no matter if it's Ratatosker or AST, they've listed this pair of elven sisters as their priority target. Unfortunately, the movement range and speed of this pair of elves who can control the wind is just too terrifying. So far, no one has been able to fight them face to face. I didn't expect to meet them here. As she spoke, Yi Yu's spirit became excited. If we can seal the sisters, we'll be able to reduce a lot of disasters and solve a huge problem. This is a great opportunity. I'm sure the captain and the commander will be happy to hear about it. Is that so? Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. He turned around and he looked at the Baku sisters. That's right. Let me see how capable these two willful sisters are, Captain. Yi Yu was speechless. She wants you to use peaceful means to interact with them. Don't fight like last time when you met the seducer Meijio. Oh. Wu Yen had a mischievous grin on his face. Well, I'll try my best. The Bawa sisters who were waiting for Wu Yen to make a move were getting impatient. Hey, the man over there. With a fearless look on his face, Yakuya glared at Wu Yen with a sharp gaze. I don't know who you are, but don't you know it's rude to interfere with a duel? Agreed. Shi Xian also glanced at Wu Yen. It's not that Shi Xian wants to agree with Yi Juya, but the duel between Shi Xian and Yi Juya is very important. If possible, please don't interfere. Wu Yan's lips twitched when he heard Yakuya's arrogant declaration and Yu Xian's unique way of speaking. He tossed Yu's advice to the back of his mind. Do you think you're very polite when you say someone is rude? In Fraxinus, whether it was Night Moon, Ling Yin, Godless Moon, or the other members of Ratatosker, they couldn't help but cover their faces. Their faces were filled with pain. Yakuya widened his eyes and he glared at Wu Yen with even sharper eyes. Can I take what you said as an insult to the Bawu sisters? Of course. Shi Xian's tone also revealed a faint displeasure. Shi Xian has never done anything rude. What you said is definitely an insult. Is that so? Wu Yen smiled bitterly and pointed at the islands below. Then please open your wise eyes and look at what you've done to those islands. Yi Juya and Shi Xian were stunned. They looked down and saw the uninhabited islands. They looked at each other and looked at Wu Yen. Isn't it just a few uninhabited islands? Is there a problem? Yes. Shi Xian would like to know the answer too. You guys? Wu Yen crossed his arms and he pursed his lips. It's rude for others to disturb your duel, but isn't it rude for you to disturb other people's lives? Yi Juya and Shi Xian choked and refuted. But isn't that an uninhabited island? No, there's no one on that island. Shi Xian didn't disturb anyone's life. Unfortunately, I just happened to be there. Wu Yen lied without blushing. You two disturbed me, so I came over. Otherwise, who would fly up to the sky to play? Ugh. Yi Juya and Shi Xian were speechless. Is that so? Wu Yen smiled meaningfully when he saw that the two women were speechless. As the witch of the hurricane and the spirit of the dance, you can't deny your mistakes. Of course. Yi Juya nodded reluctantly, his expression a little resentful. Indeed, it was this consort who was rude first. Then, this consort will not pursue your actions. Agreed. Shi Xian also agreed. It seems that Shi Xian and Yi Juya were wrong first. I apologize to you. Then Shi Xian. Yi Juya looked at Shi Xian and raised his chin as if he wanted to change the topic. Let's go somewhere else and continue our sacred duel. Agreed. Shi Xian narrowed her eyes and met Yi Juya's gaze. Wait, I'm not done yet. Wu Yen rubbed his forehead and sighed. Why do you insist on a duel? Ho, are you interested in our duel? Yi Juya puffed out his chest. However, you are just an outsider. Even if we were rude first, we cannot let you interfere with our sacred duel. Please don't interfere with our duel. Shi Xian looked at Wu Yen and said calmly. Shi Xian and Yi Juya's duel is necessary. It must be carried out. Then why don't you let me interfere? Wu Yen said kindly. Since it's a duel, there should be a judge, right? Why don't you tell me? Maybe I can give you an idea? Yes. This. Both Ye Jushi and Shi Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding their heads. Chapter 1152. Unknowingly, the dark clouds in the sky that seemed to have been stirred up by something slowly returned to their original state. They gradually dissipated, revealing the originally clear and incomparably blue sky. The sea gradually calmed down. The wind was calm and the waves were calm. Warm sunlight poured down and covered the messy and uninhabited islands. If it weren't for the remnants of the storm on the islands, everything that happened just now would have been treated as a dream. In the boundless sky, 3 figures were floating in the air. 2 of the slender figures were saying something to the figure in the middle. From time to time, they would compliment each other. Their tacit understanding couldn't be any better. He believed that no matter who saw this scene, no one would believe that the storm that almost destroyed everything was caused by these two incomparably adorable girls. They also wouldn't believe that before that, the two had a life and death duel. In other words, Wu Yan rubbed his chin as he looked at the two sisters floating in front of him. They had the same face but completely different temperament and mannerisms. Simply put, you two were originally the same sprite, named Bawo, but after who knows how many times you appeared, you mysteriously split into two. Even Bao's original personality disappeared. Wu Yan frowned as he combined the information he got from the Bao sisters and his own memories of the original plot. Then, you two will one day return to being the same person. When that time comes, the two of you will have to decide on one of you as the main personality, the other will disappear unconditionally, right? Yes. As expected of the man who can stop us Bao sisters from dueling. Yi Juya raised his chin in an exaggerated manner and crossed his arms in front of his chest. The situation is as you said. Add on. Compared to Yi Juya, Shi Xian's expression was much calmer. That's why Shi Xian and Yi Juya kept dueling to decide who will be the main personality of Bao in the future. Is that so? Wu Yan nodded thoughtfully, but the frown on his face didn't disappear. That doesn't make sense. I've seen a lot of dual personalities. But I've never heard of another personality disappearing. Indeed. Whether it was Kodari who had two personalities or Nagisa and Agurola who were originally different but now merged into one, there was no danger of the other personality disappearing. Logically speaking, dual personality disorder should also be allowed to exist. That kind of thing. Only the goddess of fate would know. Yi Juya's tone had a hint of unspeakable gloom. Explanation. This is something Shi Xian and Yi Juya knew from the moment they were born. Shi Xian's expression didn't change. Shi Xian didn't change her expression, but she looked away. Shi Xian and Yi Juya don't know why this is. This is really tricky. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. He could see that the two girls are depressed to varying degrees. Wu Yan had a rough idea of their situation, so he changed the topic. But you guys are just split sprites, and yet, you guys are so strong. If you guys return to your original form, I'm afraid the real Yatan would be on par with Irene. Wu Yan bitterly laughed. So the two of you are the real hidden bosses? Of course. Yi Juya straightened his back when he heard Wu Yan's words. His expression was full of pride, but he was soon confused. But who is Irene? Oh. Ma, don't mind me, don't mind me. Wu Yan waved his hand in a perfunctory manner before turning serious. Now that I understand the general situation, I'll get straight to the point. Wu Yan looked at Yakuya and Dushin before he continued. To be frank, I don't think your duel is meaningful at all. What? Yi Jia and Shi Xian were stunned for a moment before they became angry. You bastard, are you trying to humiliate the duel between us Bawa saints? Angry, Shi Xian can't pretend she didn't hear that. For the sake of survival, Shi Xian and Yi Juya's duel is significant. It's useless even if you're angry at me. As a judge, I have to give you a fair answer, right? Wu Yan was calm when he saw how angry the Bawa sisters were. Think about it. You were originally one entity, but when you split, you became two independent existences. But at the root of it all, you're still the same person. You're equal in power, and your spiritual equipment is the same. Even the angel was split into two and became your trump card. Tell me, do you think it's possible to win if you continue fighting like this? Yaguya and Shi Xian, whose faces were filled with anger, were stunned. They looked at each other and fell silent. But there's nothing we can do about it. Yi Juya said in annoyance, we've tried everything we can, but we still can't come up with a winner. I really can't think of any other way to determine a winner. Depressing, Yukinori is the same, I can't think of a good way to duel. Yukinori slowly shook her head. She looked at Wu Yan with her listless eyes. Or do you have a better way to duel, Mr. Notary? Yagi Shi and Shi Xian looked at Wu Yan at the same time. Wu Yan didn't understand the glint in their eyes, but he could roughly guess what they were looking at him with. He sighed. Even if you say that, I can't think of a better way. What? Yi Juya pursed his lips in disappointment. Then, he thought of something and his eyes lit up. He clapped his hands. I got it. His sudden shout startled Wu Yen and Shi Xian. They looked at each other when they saw how excited Yokosuka was, to the point that he even removed the Hongong prefix. What did you think of? Shi Xian wants to know too. Kik. Yi Juya looked at Wu Yen. When Wu Yen felt that something was wrong, he looked at Shi Xian. Shi Xian, there seems to be one thing we haven't done in our sacred duel. Shi Xian tilted her head and asked. Ask? What is that? Yakuya smirked. He pointed at Wu Yen as if he was making a declaration. He spoke with a loud and clear voice, emphasizing each and every word. Our duel has yet to determine a winner, and that is charm. Charm? Both Shi Xian and Wu Yen were stunned. Their expressions turned strange. Yi Juya, you're not thinking of seducing me with Shi Xian, are you? Oh? As expected of the notary of our duel. Yi Juya said excitedly. What do you think? This is a good duel, right? Response, I see. Yu Xin nodded. She looked at Wu Yen. Indeed, this is a duel we haven't done before. It's perfect for the final duel. That's right. Wu Yen was stunned when he saw the two sisters talking to each other. Then he laughed. What are you laughing at? Yakuya furrowed his brows and he glared at Wu Yen. Is there something strange about this consort's decision? I agree. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about it. Shi Xian frowned and said to Wu Yen, Mr. Notary, please give me some pointers. Nope. Wu Yen laughed while waving his hands at the two girls. It's just a little weird. What's weird about it? Yi Juya stared at Wu Yen. He looked like he would pounce on him at any moment. Are you mocking my charm? Do you think I can't seduce you? Well, that's pretty much what I mean. Wu Yen shrugged and laughed. Although the two of you are very cute, there are also many cute girls around me. After being together for so long, I have already honed my extraordinary willpower. Can you really do it? The last question successfully ignited the fire in the hearts of the Baowu sisters. Hey, Shi Xian, it seems like we can only do it. I agree. Looking at the fiery eyes of the sisters in front of him, Wu Yen suddenly felt like he just smashed his own foot with a rock. Chapter 1153. Huomei Island. The sky was pitch black, and the howling winds were visible to the naked eye. Like sharp blades, they sliced through the surroundings, blowing all the lighter objects on the ground into the air. Outside the window, the trees slanted more and more under the strong wind. Even though there was a wall between them, the sharp sound of the wind could still be heard clearly by every student who came to Zen High School. Some of the more timid students turned pale and trembled all over. There is nothing they can do about it. Originally, they had planned to travel here happily. Who would have thought that the change in the weather would be so abnormal? Just a second ago, he was still rushing towards the archive, but in less than a minute, the clear sky suddenly turned dark, the calm ocean suddenly became turbulent, and the strong wind suddenly blew, and in a short moment, it became a strong storm that could even blow people away. By the time the students of Chan High School followed the instructions of the teachers and arrived at the archive, the outside world had completely turned into a world of storms. Looks like it won't stop for a while. Shirori sighed as she looked at the thick glass windows that kept shaking under the strong wind, and the creaking sound that could break at any time. This weather. It won't last until the end of the trip, right? That would be really bad. Toka's face is full of regret, but more than that, she is worried. Shut up. It should be fine, right? Shirori paused for a moment before recalling the incident where Wu Yen left the team on their way to the data center. Worry surfaced on her face as well. It should be fine, right? Woo. Hearing Shiori's words, which didn't sound like an affirmative sentence, Toka couldn't help but become more worried. Her purple eyes looked at the strong wind outside the window. She gritted her teeth and rushed towards the door. I'll go find Shido. Wait. Shirori exclaimed. She grabbed Toka's hand. In this weather, even if you go find Shido, you won't be able to walk properly, you might even be blown away, it's useless. But Toka's worry turned into anxiety, even her heart is full of anxiety. At this moment, a voice filled with surprise and joy reverberated above the archive. It attracted everyone's attention. It's sunny. All the students and teachers hurriedly gathered in the direction of the window and looked up at the sky. They didn't know when the dark clouds had scattered, but the blue sky had revealed itself. The distant sea gradually calmed down, and the wind also stopped. It stopped. It really stopped. That's great. I thought this trip was going to be scrapped. I hope the weather doesn't change so much. The entire archive was suddenly filled with a mixture of surprise and joy. Even the teachers had smiles on their faces. Looking at the sky outside the window that had once again returned to its clear state, he repeatedly sighed with emotion. They are sighing about the magical weather. It's good when it's good, it's bad when it's bad. There was no warning at all, and they were almost caught off guard. It's true. It's sunny. Toka pressed her face against the window. With a touch of joy on his face, he turned around and ran through the densely packed Lichon High School students toward the entrance of the information center. Toka! Shirori also hurriedly followed behind Toka and ran to the door. The group of students and teachers didn't seem to want to stay in the lifeless library anymore. They all ran out one by one. Just as 10 Fragrances, who was running at the front, was about to open the door of the archive and rush out, the door that was less than 3 or 4 meters away from 10 Fragrances suddenly opened by itself, giving 10 Fragrances a fright. Then, the person Toka was looking for appeared at the door, Shido. Toka's face is happy. Just as she was about to rush over, her body stiffened. She can't move anymore. No, it's not just Toka, even Shirori and the other students and teachers behind her are frozen on the spot. Looking at Wu Yen standing at the door, they are silent. Even though there was a big typhoon just now, Wu Yen didn't have any injuries on his body. Even his hair and clothes are in perfect condition, not a single bit messed up. He looked exactly the same as when he left the group. Come to think of it, the typhoon just now didn't affect him at all. This scene made Toka and Shirori, who were worried about Wu Yen, let out a sigh of relief. But after letting out a sigh of relief, the two of them frowned at the same time. Their gazes turned sharp in an instant. Because, next to the unscathed Wu Yen, there are two people. The two of them looked exactly the same. They had orange hair and silvery eyes. They were very beautiful girls. Of course, if it's just 2 extra girls, it's not a problem for Toka and the others to act like this. The problem is, these 2 very beautiful girls are wearing revealing restraints, their necks, hands and feet are all shackled. That's not the most important problem. After all, there are people who like to dress up and have special interests. But when these 2 girls are standing close to the man in the middle, constantly squeezing into his arms, they can't be ignored. Shido. Hugging Wu Yan's right arm, the girl with a proud smile on her face squeezed into Wu Yan's arms and said, "I've already lowered myself, shouldn't you be grateful and give your all to me?" Refute. As soon as the girl on the right finished speaking, the listless girl hugging Wu Yan's left arm immediately spoke up. Choosing Yi Ju-shi will only lower your taste. Compared to Yi Ju-shi, Shi Xian is the real life of Shido. Please stand on Shi Xian's side. What did you say? To be able to receive my love. That's Shido's luck. No, Yi Ju-shi's love is of no use to Shido. Only Shi Xian can give Shido the highest level of service. Your service is useless. Jeer, Yi Ju-shi doesn't understand what a creature like men really need. Laughing, you've already lost by saying that. How can you not know? Men are creatures, don't you just need to smile at them and they'll throw themselves at you? Pity, not all women can do that. Yi Ju-shi is definitely not one of them. Do you want to fight? Accept the challenge. Shi Xian is ready at any time. Ignoring everyone present, Yi Ju-shi and Shi Xian continued to argue with each other with a wall of flesh between them. Their scantily clad bodies kept rubbing against Wu Yan's chest. This is a scene that would make any male creature green with envy and jealousy. However, Wu Yan didn't enjoy it at all. Instead, he sweated profusely. He could clearly feel the more the sisters rubbed against each other, the more intense the gazes from Liaichan High School's teachers and students became. Some of them even carried negative emotions. Especially two of them, one was full of disdain, the other was extremely cold. Shido. Shixiang lowered her head. A clearly suppressed voice traveled into Wu Yan's ears from under her bangs. Who are they? Ha! Wu Yan was sweating as he laughed. Shixiang looked at him with even more disdain. The surrounding students and teachers glared at him, causing his smile to become more and more forced. They're just lost lambs. When he said that, the gazes on Wu Yan became even more intense. Lost lambs? Does that mean they were abducted by him? And they're wearing those clothes, did he force them? What kind of fun is this? It's disgusting, so bad. There's already Yamato Kami, there's also Tokisaki-san. I'm so embarrassed for Shixiang. Yeah, whispers came from the crowd, accompanied by the gazes of the teachers as if they were looking at a problematic youth, causing the scene to become chaotic. Wu Yan started sweating profusely. The Baku sisters are still bickering with each other. Toka is still exuding a terrifying aura, and Shirori suddenly distanced herself from him. He wanted to cry, but he didn't have the tears to do so. Chapter 1154. Above Komiai Island, Fraxinus. Ha! The automatic door of the command room slowly slid open. Shina, who had taken off her CR unit, panted as she walked into the command room. Fighting in such a strong storm is really tiring. Thank you for your hard work, Shina. Yu nodded at Shina and scratched her head apologetically. I'm sorry for giving you the job. I don't have much talent in controlling CR units. I can only use some gun-type devices to attack. Otherwise, I would have been able to help you. Well, don't mind it. Shina shook her head. Her blue ponytail swayed like a puppy's tail. It's very cute. Senior Yeyue's strength is unquestionable. Back then, when she fought against Nightmare, that godly shot of hers is still fresh in my memory. I only have some experience with guns. Yu shrugged. She looked at Kanushi Kuhei, who was hugging his chair. It's not like there aren't any men here who are more talented than me. Shina looked at Kanushi Kuhei, who was drooling and mumbling nonsense. Kanushi Kuhei had a disgusted look on his face. She was conflicted. Indeed, if one were to say that Yu's ability to use a personal gun-type display device had surprised Shina, then Konosuke Kuhei's outstanding command had shocked Shina. Not only could she perfectly grasp the situation on Haimai Island and let her attack in advance, she could even support him in that kind of weather and calculate the effective time of the storm, so that she could really defeat all the Bandersnatch troops that were sent to Haimai Island without anyone noticing. Shina sincerely felt that if she didn't have Kanushi Kuhei's instructions, even if she could take down all the Bandersnatch troops on Komiai Island, the residents of Komiai Island would still be shocked. It was inevitable that it would be witnessed by the local residents and even the students of Liaichan High School. It might even put Toka and Shirori in danger. Recalling Kuhei Kanazuki's advice on the radio during the battle with the Bandersnatch, Shinana's opinion of Kuhei Kanazuki had changed. He had also changed his opinion of Kuhei Kanazuki. However, Kanushi Kuhei's performance. Shina couldn't help but lower her opinion of him. The two canceled each other out. Even if it was true, he still felt conflicted. All in all, the Bandersnatch troops have been taken down. There shouldn't be any more problems on the island. Shaking his head, Shina shook his head and looked at Yu. How's the captain? Captain? Night Moon smiled bitterly and looked at the big screen. It's a bit troublesome. Why are you guys always sticking to Shido? As this consort's most loyal guard, isn't it natural for Sherdao to protect this consort? What's the meaning of this? Explain. Explanation: Yu Juya and Yu Xian are having a very important event. They need Shido to do it. I don't know what's going on, but if that's the case, I want to participate. Do you want to be my opponent? How brave of you. Opponent? This means that there can only be one winner in this meaningful event, and the winner will be the owner of Shido. Obtain Shido's ownership. I want to participate. I want to participate too. What? A mere human dares to challenge the witch of Komiai Island. Exclusion. This is a duel between Yu Juya and Yu Xian. Outsiders are not allowed to participate. Why can you two do it but not me? Wu Yen listened to the bickering coming from his left, right, and front. He watched as Toka, Yagia, and Yukinori clashed with each other. Wu Yen felt like he was sandwiched between the three of them. His face was filled with fatigue. For half an hour, Wu Yen was bombarded by the three elven girls. Even an immortal vampire like true ancestor Wu Yen wouldn't be able to take it. Wu Yen couldn't help but yell when he saw that the three of them were going to continue. He struggled to break free from Yu Juya and Yu Xian's hands. I say, when are you guys going to stop arguing? I'm not the one who wants to make a fuss. Toka pouted with tears in her eyes. She looked at Wu Yen with a pitiful expression. I just want them to leave your side, ho ho ho. Yu Juya laughed arrogantly like a queen and waved his hand at 10 Fragrance. It's too late, Shido already belongs to me, it's my spoils of war. No, Yu Xian has never heard of spoils of war. Yu Xian looked away from 10 Fragrance and towards Yu Juya. Yu Juya hasn't succeeded in seducing Shido, so Yu Xian thinks it's just Yu Juya's delusion. My half, Yu Xian, I didn't expect you to have the same vision as those mortals. Yu Juya raised his chin and put his hands on his waist. He said confidently, with my charm, Shido will become mine as soon as I make a move. He won't be able to leave me, I'm just giving you a chance to show off. I doubt it, Yu Xian thinks charm is just Yu Juya's delusion. Yu Xian's face tensed up, she said bluntly, is Yu Juya just pretending because he doesn't have the guts to fight? That kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Juya was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her face was bright red. Before she could use her usual Chunibu speech to cover up her embarrassment, Shi Xian's calm words made her swallow her words. Provocation, Yu Xian seriously doubts Yu Juya's words. Wah! Yu Juya's expression changed. He pointed at Yu Xian and shouted, since you've said that, I'll show you my strength. He didn't even give Yu Xian and 10 Fragrance time to react. He turned around and looked at Wu Yen. His gaze was more like a tomboy looking at a chicken on the chopping board than a young girl looking at a seductive man. You. What do you want? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He took a few steps back. I advise you not to do anything rash. If you really do seduce me, I'll take you to the world of adults. The world of adults. Yu Juya's eyes lit up. He shouted excitedly, if you take me to the world of adults, does that count as seduction? Wu Yan almost choked on his breath. He couldn't breathe anymore. Isn't that nonsense? If I really take you to the world of adults, I'll even risk my life for you, let alone seduction. I see. Yu Juya smiled brightly when he heard Wu Yan. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. He declared without hesitation. Then, Shido, I'll grant you the right to take me to the world of adults. Wu Yan was stunned. Objection. Yu Xian stepped forward and stared at Wu Yan. Yu Xian also wants to be taken to the world of adults. Don't even think about leaving me behind. When Toka saw that Yakuya and Dushin wanted to follow Wu Yan to that so-called adult world, Toka hurriedly stood up. I want to go too. I want to go too. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat when he heard the declaration of the 3 elven girls. He almost collapsed to the ground. I say. Raising his hand, Wu Yan asked in a meek voice. Do you know what you have to do to go to the world of adults? Hearing this, Toka, Yeju and Shi Xian looked at each other in dismay. Immediately after, 3 sentences popped out of their mouths. Is it touching butt? Yes, is it touching breasts? Shirji said that if you want to grow up, you have to eat more. If you become an adult, don't you mean eating a big meal? Looking at the curiosity and doubt in the eyes of the 3 elven girls, Wu Yan suddenly felt like he's a filthy person. Chapter 1155. Sigh. After walking out of Teacher Xiaozhu's room and closing the door, Wu Yan let out a tired sigh and rubbed his aching forehead. In order to get a place for Yi Juya and Shi Xian to stay, He had spent a full 30 minutes brainwashing teacher Xiao Zhu. Of course, this so-called brainwashing did not refer to Wu Yan directly using a mind-controlling tactic to invade teacher Xiao Zhu's brain. Instead, he relied on his glib tongue. Using deceiving teacher Xiao Zhu, he nagged the pure, kind, and naive teacher Xiao Zhu until her head swelled. Then, when she was dizzy, he inadvertently mentioned this matter and made her nod in agreement in her dizzy state. That was the general situation. First, I spent an entire day arguing with Toka, Yakuya, and Shixian. Then, I spent an hour with the 3 elf girls inquiring about the method to enter the adult world with curious and innocent eyes. After that, I spent another half an hour chatting with teacher Little Bead. Wu Yan was already exhausted. If I knew this would happen, I would have used the mind invasion magic directly. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Although I feel somewhat apologetic towards teacher Little Zhu. After saying this, Wu Yan sighed again and walked back to his room with heavy steps. No matter what. At the very least, Yi Juya and Shi Xian were granted the right to stay in his room. He didn't have to throw them outside or sleep on the same bed as him. This was something worth celebrating. As for regrets, Wu Yan didn't have any, based on the habits of the Baowu sisters, who had the "will die if you don't quarrel" disease. If you really slept on the same bed with them tonight, not to mention whether you could take advantage of them, you definitely wouldn't be able to sleep. He hesitated for 0.01 seconds before seriously choosing the latter over spending a night in the gentle home of the 2 noisy girls or sleeping peacefully for the night. He was so tired in terms of spirit, however. Finally, I can rest for a while, thinking back to today's fight with Irene, then the battle, then the destruction of an airship and encountering a pair of talkative elf sisters. Wu Yan realized that he seemed to have done a lot today. At this moment, he was even more anxious to go back to his room. Unfortunately, he didn't know if the heavens were trying to help him or if they're just toying with him. Just as he was about to turn into the corridor leading to his room, 2 clear voices came from behind him. "Shudao! Repeat! Shudao!" Hearing these 2 familiar voices and the special tone and method of speaking, Wu Yan's expression stiffened and his footsteps suddenly quickened. "Don't think you can escape. Pounce!" Following the sound of 2 steps on the ground and 2 sounds of air breaking, Wu Yan's body, which was in a charging posture, was hit by 2 cotton balls. Under the attack of the neither light nor heavy weight, Wu Yan very cleanly fell to the ground. "It's rare for this queen to be so merciful and pamper you. Shudao, how dare you run away? This is simply disrespectful." Angry, Shixian feels that Shudao's behavior is enough to cause a serious blow to the heart of a young girl, so please stay here obediently. Hearing this, Wu Yan, who was about to struggle up, immediately deflated. He turned his head and looked at the 2 identical Baowu elves, one with a proud face, the other expressionless on his back, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He weakly made a posture of prostrating himself on the ground and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "You 2 still haven't given up?" In this queen's noble life, the word "give up" has never existed. Maintaining the posture of riding on Wu Yan, Yijia pursed his lips. "Before I succeed in making you pledge your loyalty to me, this queen will not give up." "Explain, I'm actually dissatisfied with what you said, Shudao." Shixian narrowed her eyes and stared at Wu Yan's face. Shixian is very dissatisfied with Shudao's suspicion that Yijia and Shixian will not succeed in seducing you. "That's my fault, I'll apologize, okay?" Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. "At that time, I was just casually saying it. I really do have many very cute girls around me, so when I heard you say you want to seduce me, I mentioned it to tell you that I already have experience and that it's best to change the way we duel. How can we, the spirits of the 8 dance, lose to a group of human women?" Yijia couldn't let it go. He couldn't help but increase the weight of his body to press down on Wu Yan. "When you see this queen's charm, you'll know how foolish your previous thoughts were." "Agreed." Shixian also pressed down on Wu Yan. Seducing a very experienced Taoist would be the perfect way for the final duel between Yejusher and Shixian. "Why you guys?" Wu Yan started trembling. He's so angry he's shaking. "I admit defeat, Then let's continue with your seduction duel tomorrow, okay? Wu Yan raised his hands in surrender. I'm very tired right now, very tired. When I wake up, you can seduce me however you want. I'll cooperate however you want. Are you satisfied now? No. Yi Juya refused without hesitation. Our sacred duel has already been decided that you'll be the stage. There's no room for error. Of course. Xixin nodded. If we compromise now, then that kind person's help will be wasted. Kind person? Wu Yan looked at the Yamato sisters on his back with a puzzled look. What kind of kind person? Yajuya and Xixin looked at each other and smiled meaningfully. 10 minutes ago, Sherdao. Yajuya, who had already taken off his spiritual attire and put on his bathrobe, looked around and stomped his feet indignantly. Damn it, how dare you betray us? That's a capital offense. Indignant. Xixian's silver eyes were also filled with dissatisfaction. A man who abandons a woman is the worst. But, just a little bit more. Yaguya shrugged dejectedly. Just a little bit more and Sherdao would have fallen to the point where he can't leave me and become my helper. No, Yajuya wasn't just a little bit off. He was so far away that even the ocean couldn't compare to him. Xixian's eyebrows twitched. Xixin will definitely go further than Yajuya on the path to Sherdao. That's not true. Sherdao will definitely belong to me. No, Yajuya won't be able to attract Sherdao. Sherdao will only choose girls like Xixin. That's not true. That's the conclusion. That's not true. Answer yes. The two sisters argued as they walked. They had long forgotten that they came out to look for Wu Yan. They were so engrossed in their argument that they didn't pay attention to their surroundings. Around the corner, a figure wearing a cloak, a hat, and sunglasses suddenly rushed in front of them. They almost didn't react in time. When the two sisters finally reacted, they thought it was an enemy and were about to attack when a low voice came from the other party's mouth. Young ladies, you seem to be very troubled. Both Yi Jushi and Xixian stopped what they were doing and frowned at the same time. Yi Jushi even yelled out, "Who are you? You actually dare to block my path?" A very uncomfortable laughter echoed, causing the frowns of the Bawa sisters to deepen. Just as the two sisters were about to lose their patience, the cloaked person spoke. Do you want to know how to seduce a man? I have a secret here. Secret! Hearing this, the eyes of the two elf girls shook and they started to waver. Before the Bawa sisters could react, the cloaked person continued. Actually, there are only 3 steps to seducing a man. 3 steps? The Bawa sisters held their breaths. The cloaked person nodded heavily. Strip. Strip. The Bawa sisters were stunned. Kiss him after you strip. Kiss. The Bawa sisters widened their eyes. After you kiss him, let him do all the work. The cloaked person glanced at the 2 girls with sunglasses. That's fine. Yejuya and Xixin looked at each other in dismay. Chapter 1157. Perhaps it was because the tongues of the 2 elven girls were too soft and small, or perhaps it was because a certain wolf's mouth was too big for its libido, but when it sucked Yejuya and Xixian's tongues into its mouth, it fit perfectly. Ooh! Perhaps they did not expect things to turn out this way. Both Yejuya and Xixin let out a whimper at the same time. Their watery silver eyes started to turn misty. Even their cheeks started to turn pink. Not long after, their consciousness started to turn blurry. Feeling 3 tongues sweep back and forth in their mouths, intertwining and coiling around each other, the inseparable feeling brought the man and the 2 girls unusual pleasure. This was especially so for Yejuya and Xixin, who were kissing for the first time. After all, they weren't just doing something intimate with a man, they were also doing it with their sisters who had been together since birth. No matter how inseparable the Bawa sisters were, no matter how similar their natures were, they would never try kissing each other. Now, they were doing something only lovers could do while seducing the same man. In addition, the 2 elven girls had feelings for each other that no one knew about. It was almost instantaneous. The 2 girls were immersed in it. Immersed in the pleasure of kissing someone of the opposite sex for the first time. immersed in the pleasure of kissing their closest sisters for the first time. At the same time, Wu Yan was also enjoying it immensely. Kissing, it's not like he hasn't tried it before. But the three of them kissing at the same time was a novel experience. Such a difficult experience, I'm afraid only the Yamato sisters, who are inseparable and born from the same body, would be able to give Wu Yan such a chance. The three tongues that were completely inseparable from each other were tightly intertwined. Back and forth, the three of them could no longer distinguish whose tongue was tangling with theirs. They only knew that they were constantly moving their tongues. Not long after, streams of saliva slowly flowed down from the corners of Yijuya and Shixian's mouths. Coiling the three tongues together is already an extremely difficult task. Trying to coax the three mouths together is simply impossible. That was simply impossible. Right now, Yijuya and Shixian were trying their best to extend their tongues into Wu Yan's mouth. It was also because of this that this feat could be accomplished so smoothly. Therefore, the saliva that flowed down his tongue could no longer be controlled. Strands of blood flowed from the corners of the two elf girls' mouths. Coupled with the tsk, chirping, and panting sounds that reverberated in the surroundings, the atmosphere of the scene was rather obscene. After a long time, their lips parted. The moment their lips parted, Yiju and Shixian raised their heads and gasped for air. His eyes were filled with confusion. What kind of feeling is this? Wow, Sunset Cord feels more comfortable than ever before. This is the first time I feel that being in close contact with someone is a wonderful thing. After saying that, the two elf girls turned to look at each other. When they thought about how the other had participated in the Battle of Tongues, their rosy cheeks turned even redder. If someone who didn't know what was going on saw this, they might misunderstand the relationship between the two sisters. For example, they might look like sisters on the surface, but they're actually each other's lovers. Noticing each other's gaze, the Bawa sisters blushed and looked away. As if trying to hide something, they looked at Wu Yan at the same time. How is it, Shido? Yiju panted as he smiled proudly at Wu Yan. You've been captured by my ritual, right? I have a question. Are you satisfied? Shixian looked at Wu Yan like a pitiful little girl. She met Wu Yan's gaze with a pitiful expression. Actually, Shixian can continue. I can do it too. Yiju hurriedly said, but the blush on his face didn't disappear. Hearing the Bawa sisters' words, Wu Yan's hands on their waists began to move. He gently stroked Yiju's and Shixian's smooth backs. Recalling the feeling of their tongues and the softness of their bodies, he licked his lips and his eyes burned with passion. It's impossible to satisfy them. Without a doubt, the Bawa sisters' actions had aroused Wu Yan's passion. As he stroked their backs, he leaned over and whispered into their ears. Why don't we do something that should be done in a real adult's world? Something that should be done in a real adult's world. Although they didn't know what kind of world the adult's world was, the Bawa sisters instinctively felt their hearts skip a beat and they started to pant. That's exactly what I want. Yiju was the first to speak with a red face. Let me give you a chance to swear your loyalty. Shidao. I agree. Shixian's eyes were still rippling. It was abnormally attractive. The third step is to let the other party do all the work after kissing. The meaning in her words was obvious. Wu Yan could do whatever he wanted. The passion in his heart swelled, causing Wu Yan's wine-red eyes to burn with passion. He stared at the two elven girls' flushed faces and sweaty skin. His hands moved and he wanted to touch them. Under the passion in his heart, even Wu Yan forgot that he was still in a corridor. Being a teacher is really hard. I still have to patrol in the middle of the night. I wonder if everyone is asleep. The sound of footsteps and soft murmurs coming from the corner of the corridor instantly woke up the man and the two women who were about to engage in a hand-to-hand fight. The three of them reflexively looked towards the end of the corridor, and then they saw it. On the floor, a torchlight and a shadow were slowly approaching them. Wu Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. If the patrolling teachers saw him hugging two lost lambs and having a passionate conversation openly in the corridor, wouldn't he be in trouble? Then, Wu Yan carried the two girls in his arms and went in without hesitation. Why are there two bathrobes on the floor? The Baoist sisters who were hiding in the wardrobe just realized what was going on. They held their breaths for a moment, but soon, they let out a small cry of surprise at the same time. It was all because a hand had suddenly climbed up their perfectly round bosoms and started to grope them. The two sisters' chest area was completely lost. HM? Just as Yi Juya and Shi Xian were about to gasp for breath, a voice that was very close to them echoed from outside the wardrobe. It was filled with doubt. Was there a sound just now? Yi Jia and Shi Xian subconsciously pursed their lips when they heard that. They suppressed the joy that rose from the depths of their hearts. Even their delicate bodies began to tremble. Even though the wardrobe was dark and the Baoist sisters couldn't see what was going on inside, they could clearly feel that the hot hand was moving back and forth across their delicate bodies. It was caressing and pinching without restraint. The intense sensation caused the Baoist sisters to clamp their thighs together. However, that evil hand did not stop. Instead, it became more and more unrestrained. Just a moment ago, it was only sliding across their breasts, buttocks, and skin. Now it was slowly sliding towards their thighs. The two elven girls widened their silver eyes. They wanted to call out, but the footsteps outside the wardrobe were still light. It meant that the patrolling teacher was still doing his job. In order to not be discovered by the patrolling teacher, Yi Jia and Shi Xian could only suppress their restlessness and cast a pleading look at Wu Yan. She didn't know if Wu Yan received her pleading gaze, but his fiery hands didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He continued to slide his hands towards the two girls' most important parts. In the next second, they lost control of their bodies. The Baoist sisters raised their heads and raised their hands to cover their mouths. They closed their eyes and completely accepted the other party's actions. The sound of soft panting echoed in the small wardrobe. Chapter 1158. Phew. With a spurt of energy, he laid down on the soft bed and exhaled lightly. He had a very comfortable expression on his face. It's like he just finished soaking in a hot spring. His face is full of contentment. But just soaking in a hot spring wouldn't make him this happy. Only he knows that the reason he's feeling this good isn't just because of his body, it's also because of his mental state. Wu Yan was the only person in the room. There was only one bed in the room. This was obviously a single room. Originally, the students who came here to study would group up and choose to stay in the same room. Each room would have about 4 to 5 people. Wu Yan was the same at the start, sharing a room with a few boys in his class who he didn't know well but also didn't know well. However, on the way back, Xiaozhu sensei sent him a message. She said that a single room in the hotel had been booked by someone else. She even said that the room was for him. A second before Wu Yan received the message, he was hiding in the closet in the hallway, having fun with Yagia and Yushin. Under such circumstances, receiving such an inexplicable message, no matter how dumb he is, he would be able to connect it to Ratatosker. Coupled with the fact that the Baowu sisters mentioned a kind-hearted person, the mystery was solved. The person behind this was either Ling Yin or Kanazuki Kuhei. When he thought of this, Wu Yan's fiery passion instantly cooled down to a freezing point as a thought flashed through his mind. Ratatosker's people wouldn't broadcast what I did to the Baowu sisters on the big screen in the command room, would they? Ratatosker wouldn't do something so immoral, but with Kanazuki Kuhei's disgusting personality and Ling Yin's occasional black-bellied behavior, Wu Yan couldn't completely rule out the possibility. Thus, he did it right there and then. Wu Yan sent the Baowu sisters back to their rooms. Then, without stopping, he went to take a cold shower and returned to this inexplicably extra single room. Looking at the cold ceiling, he recalled the events of the day. Even though he had just taken advantage of her, he still couldn't accept it. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel tired. His eyelids were heavy. He slowly closed his eyes. Unfortunately, just as his consciousness was about to fall into darkness, his phone rang. Suddenly, his phone rang, waking him up. Sigh. Wu Yan slapped his head and complained. It's already so late, who would call me? Coterie? She grumbled, but her hands swiftly picked up the phone. Hello. Hello. Is this Itsuka Shido? It's me. From the other side of the phone, An unusually sweet, stiff and nervous voice entered his ears. Wu Yan was stunned for a moment before he recalled who it was. This voice. Wu Yan tried his best to regain his consciousness as he answered weakly. Is this Meijio? Can you please not call my name so casually? The one who called was the elf with the ability to control voice, Temptress Meijio. Meijio took the initiative to call him, but she didn't hold back when she replied to him. Her attitude was as bad as usual. He didn't know if she noticed it, but when she said that, her tone sounded more like she was dissatisfied than annoyed. However, Wu Yan didn't notice the dissatisfaction in her voice. He's pretty much exhausted. Well, it's rare for you to contact me again, but I'm sorry, I'm too tired today. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. Bye. As he spoke, Wu Yan moved the phone away and pressed the hang-up button. Wait a minute. On the other end of the phone, Meijio seemed to be a little surprised by Wu Yan's words, but she quickly called out. Why are you talking to yourself and trying to hang up the phone? Could it be that he was doing something shameful? Sure enough, men are dirty, filthy, and disgusting creatures. Although I don't know what you're thinking, I'm sure you're wrong. Wu Yan didn't have the energy to complain, so he could only say it directly. It's just that I'm too tired today, so I want to rest early because of all kinds of things. All kinds of things? Meijio hesitated for a moment. After a while, she lowered her voice and asked hesitantly. Yes. What kind of things? Wu Yan muttered to himself. Since she turned into an elf, Meijio probably didn't have a friend she could really talk to in the past 6 months. Or rather, since she became famous under the stage name Xiao Dai Yuno, Meijio probably couldn't find anyone she could really talk to. Perhaps he could talk to her about it? Thinking of this, Wu Yan forced himself to be alert. Actually, I met 2 elves today. They were quite troublesome elves. Elves? Meijio's voice was full of surprise. All kinds of things you said, you mean meeting elves? More accurately, all kinds of things started with meeting the elven sisters. Wu Yan bitterly laughed. To put it simply, this pair of elf sisters were originally one elf, but due to some unknown reason, they split into 2. However, one day they will reunite as one. When that time comes, only one of them will be able to survive. Thus, in order to decide who will survive, I was dragged into this matter, elves. Meijio's intoxicating voice became hazy when she heard Wu Yan's words. I wonder if they're cute. Wu Yan's face fell. He jumped up from the bed in annoyance. I'm talking business with you. How dare you think of such ideas? It seems like I should hang up. Wait. Meijio quickly coughed. Well, I understand the general situation. That's good. You're thinking of the elves, right? You don't understand. You don't understand at all. Wu Yan was angered to the point of laughter. Why do I have to think of Yeju Ya and Yeju Xian? Yeju Ya and Yeju Xian, what a cute name. When she said this, Meijio's voice was still full of sweetness, but the next sentence was full of malice. If you're not thinking of doing something to them, why are you so troubled over their matters? Wu Yan scratched his face. Part of it is because of Ratatosker's work, but most of it is because I feel pity for the elves. Pity? Meijio was stunned. Don't you think so? Wu Yan sighed. Elves are so kind and cute, they don't have any ill intentions, but because they can't control the space tremors when they appear in the outer realm, they have to be hunted down by others. They have supernatural powers, so they are treated differently. Isn't that pitiful? So, whether it's for Ratatosker or for my own reasons, I can't just sit back and watch. If possible, I want to save them. You. Wu Yan's voice was no longer as lazy as before, but rather serious. For some reason, Meijio panicked. Whwa, he's just a man, why are you acting cool? Isn't it because he's a man that I'm acting cool? Wu Yan shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. But, thank you for listening to me talk about these boring topics in the middle of the night. I feel much more energetic now. It's not that boring of a topic. I don't hate it, that's right. Mei Jiao began to stammer and mumble. But he's just a man. Mei Jiao stammered. Wu Yan asked in confusion. What are you talking about? Why are you stammering? Popular idol? You're nervous. Are you sure it's okay to go on stage? Nervous? Who's nervous? Mei Jiao's voice became louder. I just don't want my cute voice to be tainted by a stinky man like you. Is that so? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. That's right. Mei Jiao shouted angrily. So, hurry up and die. Idiot. After that, Mei Jiao hung up the phone with a thud. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Wu Yan is speechless. Why did this seductress Mei Jiao call me? Chapter 1159. The night passed morning. The dazzling sun shone down, illuminating the beach that was cold due to the night. The beach sparkled with golden light, dazzling and dazzling. The waves of the blue ocean crashed onto the shore like an alarm clock, echoing rhythmically with the sound of splashing water. In a hotel not far from the beach, perhaps it was the call of the waves, or perhaps it was the call of the sun, but the noise gradually rose. Not long after, the door of the hotel opened. Following that, people wearing swimsuits and carrying beach balls, swimming rings, sunscreen, mats, and umbrellas ran out of the hotel one after another. They rushed to the beach with excitement on their faces. Among them, many were students and teachers of Lai Chan High School. Even Toka and Shirji were among them. They followed the large group of people and rushed to the beach happily. Today is the first day of the school trip. The Lai Chan High School students who have been looking forward to it since yesterday finally started their trip. It had to be said that the ocean was indeed a very attractive place for young people. Early in the morning, almost 90% of the tourists in the hotel had left and were all moving towards the ocean. Lai Chan High School was no exception. Basically, except for some old teachers, very few people would stay in the hotel. Of course, that is only the behavior of ordinary people. For a certain vampire ancestor who is a lazy person. Now is the time for real enjoyment, in one of the few single rooms in the hotel. There is one room, the temporary owner is sleeping soundly. He is not like the students of Lai Chan High School who went out early to play. Although he did not kick the quilt and did not drool, his comfortable sleeping face gave people a feeling of powerlessness. In the past, at this time, Kotori would knock on his door and use all sorts of methods to wake him up from his slumber. This time, only Laichan High School is here. Naturally, Kotori isn't here. Toka and Shirori, who were too engrossed in the sea, forgot about Wu Yan as well. Wu Yan had no one to disturb him. It was supposed to be like this. Shido, are you awake? Following the appearance of this voice, the door of the room was pushed open with a soft creak. Immediately, a young lady with long orange hair and watery silver eyes poked her head out of the door. She looked inside the room. His beautiful eyes quickly scanned the room. When he saw that there was no one else in the room except for the bed, he let out a sigh of relief. I am coming in, Yi Juya said cautiously as he walked into the room. Whether it was the way he spoke or his behavior, it was very different from the usual Chunibyu. However, Yi Juya wasn't trying to hide it. But at this moment, this Yejusher was the real Yejusher. His Chunibyu behavior in the past was because he felt like he had to be more dignified, so he forced himself to put on a facade. Now, there was no one else in the room except for a sleeping man. Even Shi Xian, who had always been by his side, wasn't there. Naturally, Yi Juya wouldn't waste his energy to maintain a fake image. After closing the door, Yakuya lifted his chin and he raised an eyebrow at Wu Yan, who is still snoring away. Everyone is awake, but this guy is still sleeping, isn't he too lazy? While grumbling, Yakuya came to Wu Yan's side and he shook his body a little. Shido, get up. Wu Yan frowned when his sleep was interrupted. He waved his hand like he was swatting a fly and turned over. Please, Kotori, let me sleep for a while. Kotori? Who is that? Yi Juya tilted his head in confusion, but he shook Wu Yan impatiently. It's not Kotori. Shido, get up. I have something important to discuss with you. Discuss? Wu Yan mumbled in a half-asleep state. Then we'll talk tomorrow, let me sleep for now, it's already tomorrow. Yi Juya shouted in annoyance. If you don't get up, I'm going to blow you away. Wu Yan mumbled and opened his eyes a little. Just when Yakuya thought Wu Yan was about to wake up, Wu Yan reached out and grabbed Yakuya, who was caught off guard. Then, he pulled Yakuya with all his might. Yi Juya cried out in shock. Before he could react, he was pushed onto the bed by an irresistible force. Wu Yan turned around and hugged Yi Juya tightly. He buried his head in Yi Juya's ear. Why don't you sleep with me too, ugh? Yi Juya felt a breath on his ear. It was an indescribable feeling. Yi Juya couldn't help but scream. His ears all turned red. Wait, don't blow into my ear, it feels weird. Yi Juya moaned, but her voice was as soft as cotton candy. If Wu Yan was awake and heard this, he might turn into a wolf. The special feeling in his ears and the weight on his body reminded him of the ripples in the wardrobe in the corridor last night. After his ears, his face turned red, and his body started to feel strange. This gave him a fright, and he immediately struggled to break free. Shido, get up, Shido. You. Wu Yan mumbled, and he rubbed his head against Yi Juya's body. Is the bed moving? Who is the bed? Yi Juya raised her voice. When she saw Wu Yan still in a daze, she clenched her teeth. Enough is enough. A fierce gust of wind suddenly rose from Yakuya's body, howling through the entire room. Wu Yan woke up almost at the same time as the whirlwind. It's true that he likes to sleep in and he's the type that's hard to wake up. But that's only when there's no danger. If there's anything wrong, he'll instinctively wake up. Wu Yan unleashed a scorching magic power that spread out in all directions. The magic power smashed into the whirlwind and dispersed it. The culprit was also blown away by the magic power. She shrieked as she flew up to the ceiling. With a muffled thud, her head smashed heavily on the ceiling, making her dizzy and falling straight down. Wu Yan flinched when he saw this. He quickly caught Yakuya, who fell to the ground, and he hugged him tightly. It hurts. Tears welled up at the corners of his eyes as he rubbed his head. He's seeing stars in front of his eyes. He looked quite pitiful. Wu Yan chuckled. What? I thought it was someone else. Hearing this, Yi Gesher's anger flared up. You? Who do you think did this to? Mama, I don't know what's going on, but it's your fault for disturbing my sleep. Wu Yan yawned and he slapped Yakuya on the butt. Yakuya yelped in surprise. Alright, get up. If someone sees this, they'll think I'm going to push you down. Yakuya finally noticed that he's in Wu Yan's arms. Ignoring the fact that his butt is hurting from the slap, he hastily jumped off the bed and took a few steps away from Wu Yan. You actually dare to be rude to me? Do you want me to bestow death upon you? Yes. Wu Yan treated Yi Juya's scolding as a tsundere. He stretched lazily and looked at Yi Juya. Then, Your Highness, may I ask why you came to my room so early in the morning to cause trouble? If you don't give me a good explanation, your butt will suffer. Yakuya subconsciously covered his butt as he glared at Wu Yan. This consort has a very important matter to discuss with you today, so I'll forgive your rudeness. Something important? Wu Yan paused. He seemed to remember something and nodded. I understand. Then, without waiting for Yi Juya's response, Wu Yan changed the topic. However, let's wait for the other guest to come before we talk. This time, it was Yi Juya's turn to be stunned. Chapter 1160. In the hallway, Shixian was walking in a certain direction. Most of the rooms in the hotel were provided to Lai-chan High School. Now that the people from Lai-chan High School went out to play, there were not many people left in the hotel except for the staff. That was why Shixian was relieved. After all, she chose to come out at this time when Yi Juya was still asleep. She did not go out with Yi Juya because she could not know what was going to happen next. Even if there was a small chance that Yi Juya would find out, Shixian was not willing to take the risk. There were not many people in the hotel at this time. This gave Shixian a chance to avoid being noticed. Shixian's destination was Wu Yan's room. She wanted to discuss something with him. It was something very important to Shi Xian. It was the most important thing in her life. Shi Xian remained expressionless as she recalled the tiny and sorrowful wish in her heart. However, one of her hands was already tightly gripping the clothes at her chest. She continued to exert force. However, with every bit of strength she exerted, the tiny wish in Shi Xian's heart became a little more resolute. Her listless eyes also gradually focused. Cheer up, Shi Xian must cheer up. Next, I have to convince Shido. I can't back down here. After muttering these words, Shi Xian's footsteps began to speed up. She sped up and rushed to Wu Yan's room. Shi Xian's footsteps echoed in the quiet hallway. Her heartbeat rose and fell. Under such circumstances, Shi Xian arrived at Wu Yan's room and politely knocked on the door. Calling, is Shido there? Before he could finish his sentence, Shi Xian heard two voices coming from inside the door at the same time. One of them was a cry of astonishment. The other was an extremely calm response. Come in. Shi Xian was confused about the exclamation just now, but because she had something on her mind, she did not care. She did not seriously try to distinguish between the two voices. She pushed open the door and walked into the room. However, when Shi Xian saw the scene in the room and met a pair of eyes that looked exactly like hers, she was stunned. Shi Xian? Shocked. Yijuya? The two sisters looked at each other with their mouths wide open. His face was filled with astonishment. Obviously, neither of them had expected to be in this place at this time. They bumped into each other. This was also natural. For the sake of a certain thought in their hearts, the two sisters had deliberately chosen a time when the other had not yet woken up to find Wu Yan. Who would have thought that they would meet here? Dao. Yijia turned his head stiffly and looked at Wu Yan with an uncertain expression. The other guest you spoke of, could it be Shi Xian? Shi Xian finally recovered from her shock and looked at Wu Yan. Seeing the two elf girls looking at him in confusion, Wu Yan let out a sigh and beckoned to Shi Xian. In any case, Shi Xian, come over here and have a seat. Shi Xian looked back and forth between Wu Yan and Yijuya. Then, she walked over to Yijuya and sat down on the bed with him. She looked at Wu Yan face to face. Her expression and eyes were very serious. Yijuya and Shi Xian did not know why the other party would appear in Wu Yan's room at this time. However, looking at Wu Yan's expression, he seemed to know something. This made the two girls feel uneasy. When I saw Yijuya coming to find me alone, I roughly knew that something was going to happen. His wine-red eyes slowly swept across the two different expressions on their faces. His eyes were calm, but Yijuya and Shi Xian felt an unimaginable pressure on their bodies, causing them to instantly tense up. However, Wu Yan's next words caused their tensed bodies to turn cold. You came to find me to sacrifice yourselves in exchange for the survival of another person, right? Yijuya and Shi Xian sucked in a cold breath at the same time. Because he guessed what they were thinking? No. Not only that. It was also because of the other meaning in Wu Yan's words. You said that Shi Xian came to ask you to choose me? Stop joking. Excited, Yijuya wants to sacrifice himself for Shi Xian. Shi Xian did not even think about it. Yijuya and Shi Xian said these words almost at the same time. After they said it, they were stunned and looked at each other in disbelief. Could it be, Shi Xian, you really? Shocking, could it be that Yijuya is also? They said the same thing at the same time again. This was a tacit understanding. One could not help but sigh at the fact that the two of them were sisters. However, the two of them were not happy at all. Instead, their faces darkened and their eyes were cold. That's right, the two of them chose to meet Wu Yan alone. They wanted to let Wu Yan choose the other side in the battle to determine the primary persona. They wanted to sacrifice themselves so that their sisters could live. There was only one reason why he would do this. Whether it was Yijuya or Shi Xian, both of them loved their sisters deeply. They loved each other so much that they were willing to sacrifice themselves for each other's survival. They had always hidden this matter in their hearts. No one knew about it, not even the person they loved. That was why they constantly quarreled with each other. Who would have thought that this sister of hers would be the same as her, planning to sacrifice herself? Stop joking around. A gust of wind rolled up from his body. Clenching his fists tightly, he glared at Shi Xian. It wasn't easy for me to give up my survival slot to you. You actually refute. Shi Xian's eyes flashed. A whirlwind appeared around her. Shi Xian never planned to survive. She should be the one to give up her survival slot. Impossible. Yi Juya could not help but become agitated when he heard Shi Xian's words. The real 8 dances must be held by the outstanding party, and only Shi Xian is qualified to hold the title of 8 dances, isn't that so? Refute. Shi Xian was expressionless, but her words were heavy and powerful. Yi Juya is the one who is truly qualified to be the Bawu. Shi Xian cannot compare to Yi Juya. Do you know how much effort I've put into losing to you in the past matches without leaving a trace? I'm so angry. Shi Xian is the one who put in all her effort. In order to lose the competition, she has been enduring. I didn't expect Yi Juya to do such a stupid thing. You are the one who is stupid. Refute. The stupid one is Yi Juya, not Shi Xian. As the 2 elven girls quarreled, a strong gust of wind blew in all directions with the 2 girls as the center. The wind grew stronger and stronger, gradually blowing some of the small furniture into the air. If this continued, the entire inn would be blown to smithereens by the sisters' quarrel. You too. Suddenly, an abnormally calm voice entered the ears of the Bawu sisters very clearly, covering up the sounds of the 2 arguing. The voice was soft and calm. However, when Yi Juya and Shi Xian heard this voice, they felt a chill in their hearts. Almost subconsciously, the 2 of them cut off the rising spirit energy and stopped the wind. Their expressions changed slightly as they looked to their side. They looked at Wu Yan, who was sitting on the bed with narrowed eyes and an expressionless face. It's about time, right? Shao. Yi Juya clenched his fists even tighter. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Wu Yan without hesitation. Shao, you must choose Shi Xian. I refuse. This is not necessary. Shi Xian stared at Wu Yan. Choosing Yi Juya is the wisest choice. Shao. Yi Juya seemed to understand that it was useless to continue quarreling with Shi Xian. He looked at Wu Yan with pleading eyes. Choose Shi Xian. If you choose Shi Xian, you can do what you did last night as many times as you want before I disappear, I object. Shi Xian should be the one saying that. Shi Xian lowered her voice. Her voice seemed to be pleading as well. If you choose Yi Juya, Shi Xian will satisfy all of your requests, sigh. Wu Yan sighed deeply. He suddenly stood up and walked towards the door. Follow me. The 2 elven girls were stunned. Where are we going? Don't ask. Wu Yan replied without turning his head. If you want a result, follow me. The 2 sisters looked at each other and lowered their heads. They followed Wu Yan out of the room. Chapter 1161. In the clear sky, 3 streaks of light flashed past like meteors. They flew past one after another at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. They passed through the clouds and the vast sky. The 3 streaks of light flew past. Their trajectories were very pleasing to the eye. They were even smoother than shooting stars. In just a short while, they all came to a corner in the sky and slowly slowed down. Finally, they stopped completely, revealing the 3 figures within them. Naturally, they were Wu Yan and the Bawu sisters. Wu Yan scanned his surroundings and he nodded in satisfaction when he confirmed that he couldn't see a single island or ship in his line of sight. Let's do it here. Yaguya and Shi Xian looked at each other before looking at Wu Yan. Their eyes were filled with confusion. You should tell us why you brought us here. Maybe because he confessed his feelings to Shi Xian, Yaguya no longer used those arrogant words. He frowned and looked at Wu Yan like a normal person. You said you can give us a result. Does that mean you already have a candidate for the primary personality? Yes. Shi Xian also wants to know. Shi Xian and Yaguya looked at each other with urgent eyes. Both of them stared at Wu Yan. I hope Shido can give us a result that will satisfy Shi Xian. The gazes of the 2 elven girls became sharper and more focused. At the same time, An indescribable sense of oppression began to reverberate in the surrounding air. Yaguya wanted Wu Yan to choose Shi Xian. He wanted to sacrifice himself so that Shi Xian could have a chance to live. Shi Xian wanted Wu Yan to choose Yaguya so that Yaguya could continue living. The two of them loved each other deeply. If Wu Yan chose them, then whether it was Yaguya or Shi Xian, before Wu Yan can finish reciting his name, they will attack him with all their might without any hesitation. This was the determination in the hearts of the Baowu sisters. Unfortunately, their determination was nothing in front of Wu Yan. I did say to give us a result. He completely ignored the oppressive gazes of the Baowu sisters. Wu Yan looked at the sky and ocean and smiled. That's why I chose to come here. If I come here, I won't have to worry about hurting normal people or bringing about disasters. Hearing this, the Baowu sisters were stunned. They frowned. What do you mean? Do you want us to fight here? Yi Juya asked hesitantly. Do you want us to fight here? At the very least, you guys can't use the same duel to decide the outcome. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. You two look exactly the same even though your personalities and auras are different. In the eyes of a man who doesn't have a clear preference, I believe no one will be able to pick one of you. Coincidentally, I belong to this category. In my opinion, you two are very cute, so I can't give you a result in this seduction duel. Then there must be something wrong with your eyes. Yijia pouted unhappily and said without holding back. Anyone with eyes can see that Shi Xian is cuter. Picking Shi Xian is the right choice, right? Refute? That's the only thing Shi Xian will never agree to. Shi Xian turned around and looked at Yijuya, her tone unusually clear. Yaguya is cuter. No way. It's Shi Xian. It's Yaguya. It's Shi Xian. It's Yaguya. Looks like you guys can't come up with an answer either. Wu Yan bitterly shook his head when he saw the two bickering. So, let's change the way we duel. Change the way we duel? The sisters stopped bickering and they looked at Wu Yan. Their eyes were filled with questions and questions. As expected, a duel should be settled by fighting. Wu Yan chuckled as the Yamato sisters watched him. If I'm here, I can do whatever I want. You really want us to fight here? Yaguya frowned. His face was filled with dissatisfaction. But I've fought with Shi Xian so many times, and we've never been able to determine a victor. You also said that we're one entity. When we split up, our strength is distributed very evenly. It's impossible to determine who's stronger and who's weaker, right? Wrong. That's what Shi Xian thinks too. Shi Xian nodded. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. However, if defeating Yi Zhushi will allow Yi Zhushi to survive, then Shi Xian will definitely win. That's my line. Yaguya glared at Shi Xian. Since that's the case, it's up to us to decide the victor. Agreed. I say. Just as the sisters were about to fight, Wu Yan sighed. Did you get something wrong? The two sisters were startled, and their bodies froze. Yes, I wanted you guys to fight, but I didn't want you guys to fight each other. Wu Yan grinned. He flashed away and he pulled away from Yakuya and Dushin. Like I said, you can do whatever you want here, and that includes me. Wu Yan laughed out loud as he spread his arms. There is only one thing for this duel, and that is to defeat me. Wah! Yakuya and Dushin looked at each other and they pointed at Wu Yan in a daze. Defeat you? That's right. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. At this moment, Yagoya and Yushin didn't feel as close and intimate as they used to from Wu Yan. There was only provocation. Since the two of you have fought each other so many times without a winner, why don't you change your opponent? Let me, a judge who can't choose one of you in terms of charm, choose one of you. Wu Yan looked at Yijia. Yijia, if you defeat me, you win. I will follow your request and choose Shi Xian. Shi Xian will become the main personality. Yijia's eyes lit up. Yukino. Wu Yan grinned when he saw Yukino. She looked like she had a profound grin on her face. Similarly, if you defeat me, then I will choose Yi Zhushi and let Yi Zhushi live. Shi Xian's half-closed eyes slowly opened, and a bright light gradually condensed in them. If neither of you can defeat me, you will become my slaves. You will do whatever I tell you to do. Wu Yan looked at the Yamato sisters and he laughed in a mocking manner. How about it? Do you accept? Slaves? The two sisters were stunned for a moment. Their brows, which had just loosened, furrowed again. You sure are arrogant. Yejuya sneered, his expression was unfriendly. You want us to be your slaves? Is there a problem? Wu Yan said matter-of-factly. Since I am also participating in this duel, I should get my share of the spoils if I win. What else do you have to offer other than yourselves? Yi Juya and Shi Xian choked. I agree. Yi Juya was the first to make the decision, and a proud smile appeared on his face. I just want to defeat you. I agree. Shi Xian nodded and glanced at Yi Juya. If I can't defeat Shido and let Yi Juya live, Shi Xian will become his slave. Wu Yan's smile got brighter and brighter when he heard the sisters. His eyes are brimming with confidence. Then come at me. His thunderous voice reverberated through the air. Wu Yan's mana surged like a tidal wave and it engulfed the entire area. Come and defeat me. A smile appeared on Yi Ju-shi and Shi Xian's faces as well, and then their pupils narrowed as an extremely dense wind pressure suddenly erupted from their bodies. Their bathrobes were torn to shreds and scattered in the air. Shocking wind currents surrounded them and gradually turned into light particles. When the light particles dimmed, Yi Juya and Shi Xian were wearing Ba Wu's unique spiritual equipment, revealing purple and blue tight-fitting clothes. There were also shackles on their limbs and necks. The sky darkened. Chapter 1162. A wild storm suddenly appeared in the boundless clear sky, instantly enveloping the entire area. The waves began to roll and the sky began to howl. A thick layer of dark clouds appeared without any warning and spread along with the wind. Not long after, the sky changed completely. As if a storm was approaching, the sky was covered by dark clouds. The sea was violently moving up and down. The wind and waves wreaked havoc in the air. Even the air was suffocating, as if it was the end of the world. Even though it was just the power of two young girls near the middle of the 8th rank, they were able to affect the weather. This was something that not even 9th rank or demigod rank powerhouses in the Spalier world could do. And this was also due to the unique nature of the elves. Just like vassal beasts, elves were synonymous with destruction and power. In the thick layer of dark clouds, Wu Yan slowly floated up and down. He looked at Yi Ju-shi and Shi Xian who were smiling confidently in front of him and chuckled. Even though Wu Yan had exchanged blows with the two girls the first time they met, it was only a sudden attack. In the eyes of Yi Ju-shi and Shi Xian, he was only slightly stronger than a normal human and magician. There was no way he could compare to them, right? Furthermore, the two sisters were still holding back and didn't go all out. Therefore, to put it bluntly, Yi Ju-shi and Shi Xian didn't even put him in their eyes. At the very least, in terms of battle, the two of them didn't even look Wu Yan in the eye. What's wrong? Not going to attack? Wu Yan taunted her. You won't be able to scare me if you keep standing there. Seems like you're very confident, Shido. Yi Ju-shi couldn't stand provocation and said sarcastically, Shido, you don't look like an ordinary human. But if you want to fight against us elves, you're still far from it. Persuade him. Shido is the closest person to Shi Xian other than Yi Ju-shi. Shi Xian doesn't want Shido to be hurt. Shi Xian said. So, if it's possible, Shi Xian hopes that Shidao will admit defeat. If you admit defeat, don't even think about it. Wu Yan shrugged. He hooked his finger at Yi Juya and Shi Xian. Since you're so confident, then hurry up and attack. It doesn't matter who you are. As long as she can defeat me in the final blow, then the winner will be her. Hearing this, the smiles on Ye Ju-shi and Shi Xian's faces slowly disappeared, and their expressions became tense. I'm sorry, Shidao. For Shi Xian, I won't be merciful. With that, Ye Juya raised his shackled right hand. Respond. Shi Xian must also use her full strength for the sake of Ye Juya. Shi Xian raised his shackled left hand. The frenzied storm swept up Yeju and Xixian's raised arms and pulled them back like a vortex. Hurricane Knight, Raphael. Penetrator, Ilrim. Following Yejuya's shout, the wind around his arm exploded. Then, Yejuya forcefully waved his right hand. On his right shoulder, a cold mechanical wing whizzed out and attached itself to Yejuya's right shoulder. Starting from Yejuya's right shoulder, a glinting metallic gauntlet slowly appeared on his right arm. At the same time, an enormous crimson conical spear that was slightly taller than Yejuya appeared. Echo. Almost at the same time, the wind around Xixian's left hand exploded and formed the same cold mechanical wing. However, this time, it was on her left shoulder. Hurricane Knight, Raphael. Binder, Elnahash. Her left arm was also covered by a similar gauntlet, firmly binding Xixian's left hand. The crisp sound of chains rubbing against each other reverberated around Xixian's body. Immediately after, Xixian's gauntlet-covered left hand gripped onto a chain with a diamond-shaped blade at the front. Its appearance was like a spirit pendulum used for detection. Yeju and Xixian raised their heads and looked at Wu Yan, who's calm and composed. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. In order to protect their beloved sisters, Yeju and Xixian, they're going all out. As long as they don't harm Wu Yan's life, they won't show any mercy. Even if Wu Yan is heavily injured. Very well. Seeing how the Bawa sisters are willing to use their angel, despite looking down on him, Wu Yan sighed at the importance they place on each other. He also put on a serious expression. Even though he's not as determined as the Bawa sisters, Wu Yan has his own principles. If it was said that the Bawa sisters had defeated him in order to let their other selves survive, then he was going all out in order to let both of them survive. It was also because of this that he proposed such a method to continue the duel between the two. Otherwise, with how much the Baku sisters valued each other, a single sentence from Wu Yan wouldn't be enough to make them stop fighting and willingly seal their spiritual power. It's not that the Bawa sisters don't trust Wu Yan. Even though Wu Yan and the sisters have only known each other for a short period of time, after last night's intimate interaction, how can Yeju and Xixian treat Wu Yan as a stranger? Just as Xixian said, other than themselves, Wu Yan is the closest person to them. However, this relationship is nothing compared to their feelings for each other. In Yeju and Xixian's hearts, no one is more important than them. Thus, even if it was Wu Yan who said it, when it comes to the safety of the other party, the sisters wouldn't accept it so easily. Wu Yan can no longer convince them. He can use his actions to prove that he has the ability to keep both of them alive. That's all. Slowly closing his eyes, the magic power in his body surged out like a heat wave. The heat wave of magic power engulfed the heaven and earth in an even more tyrannical manner than the surrounding gales. Wu Yan's body was dyed with the grandeur of a god. When Wu Yan opened his eyes again, his wine-red pupils have turned into a noble gold. Even though I don't dare to say that I won't show mercy, but Yeju Xixian, for once, I'm going to be serious. As those words echoed through the surroundings, an extremely terrifying pressure descended on Yeju and Xixian without any explanation. It made their shoulders sink, and their hearts trembled. Their pupils suddenly narrowed. What is this? Feeling the mighty pressure from Wu Yan's body, Yeju face was filled with shock. Shocking! The determination in Xixian's eyes has completely turned into wavering. Her expression became uncertain. This situation is different from what I imagined. Looking at the Bawa sisters' faces filled with disbelief, Wu Yan's lips curled up slightly. He suddenly extended one of his hands, scorching magical power surged. As if it received some kind of command, it flowed into Wu Yan's hand. It coiled up and circled around his outstretched arm like a coiling dragon. It gathered in the palm of Wu Yan's hand and formed a golden magical formation. Grabbing the golden magical formation, Wu Yan raised it above his head and raised it towards the sky. Then, the Bawa sisters saw, the palm-sized golden magical formation suddenly rippled and shot out from Wu Yan's hand like a cannonball. It shot into the sky and into the pitch-black clouds above. In the next instant, the golden magical formation imprinted itself into the clouds. It rotated and reverberated. In just a moment, it expanded to a radius of a few hundred meters. A terrifying aura was brewing in the golden magical formation, causing the hairs on Yezhu and Shixian's bodies to stand on end. Following that, a soft voice that sounded like it was talking in a dream spread out in the cold air and the wild storm. Eelis wind. In the sky, the magical formation's light suddenly expanded and shone brightly. A tornado formed by golden wind, with the magical formation as the source, descended from the sky and fell towards Yezhu and Shixian. Under the horrified gazes of the two, it instantly enveloped their bodies. Boom! The glowing tornado connected the sky and the ocean like a pillar supporting the sky. It shattered the dark clouds in the sky, and the waves in the ocean were boiling hot. Chapter 1163. The sky is dark, the sea is dark as well. In this dark world, the golden tornado that connected the sky and the sea is extremely dazzling. The clouds had already begun to spin rapidly like a black hole under the sweeping of the golden tornado. The ocean also churned with a huge whirlpool that was more than 1,000 meters in radius. The rolling thick water was sucked up. Carried by the tornado, it gradually mixed into it and filled the huge tornado at a speed visible to the naked eye. A waterspout that emitted a golden light and connected the sky and the sea. This scene could be called a wonder of the world. Unfortunately, no one was able to capture this scene. Even if they managed to capture it, no one would believe that this scene was caused by a human. Of course, it wasn't wrong to call it a miracle. After all, this is a spell based on the Greek god of wind, Eelis. Even if it couldn't be said to be the true power of God, it was more than enough to decorate the wind of Eelis with miracles or divine skills. With the hurricane spirit as his opponent, Wu Yan can't help but use the Eelis wind. He wants to obtain victory and also to let Yezhu and Shixian witness the true power of a mythical wind. The dark clouds in the sky swirled into a black hole. The sea turned into a whirlpool. The magic formation that maintains the Eelis wind seems to have run out of power. The magic light is gradually weakening. The magic fluctuations started to dissipate. The golden light dimmed and the magic formation started to shrink. The Eelis wind that was mixed with seawater also started to shrink along with the magic formation in the sky. Even the whirlpool became weaker. Only when the magic formation in the clouds disappeared did the Eelis wind completely dissipate. What was left on the scene was only a black hole cloud that maintained its shape and a vortex that was gradually subsiding. The water flow that was brought into the Eelis wind had lost its supporting force and was now following the law of gravity. It fell heavily into the sea. It created a waterfall-like scene. Wu Yan, who was floating in the air, retracted his hand. His golden eyes looked around the area that had calmed down. Then, his gaze stopped in a certain direction. The Yezhu and Shixian, whose spiritual attire was somewhat disheveled, were panting heavily. One of them held a dark red, conical, needle-shaped spear known as the Il-Reem. A spirit pendulum holding a chain called El-Nash had a pale face. However, the two of them did not suffer much damage. As for Wu Yan, he shrugged his shoulders as if he had expected this. To be able to dodge at such a crucial moment in such a situation, that's not bad. That is only natural. As usual, he spoke in an arrogant tone. However, his tone was somewhat weak. The smile on his face was filled with helplessness. Clearly, dodging the attack at the most crucial moment had consumed a lot of energy. We are the fairies of Ba Wu and the witches of Hurricane. In terms of movement speed and movement range, no fairy can compare to me and Shixian. Replenish. Dusk Cord immediately had the rhombus-shaped blade of El-Nash float in front of her as she prepared to defend herself. The confidence in her eyes from the beginning was long gone. It was indeed very dangerous just now. If Yezhu and Shixian didn't summon the angel, we wouldn't have been able to dodge it. If that had happened, I wouldn't have used such a dangerous move. Wu Yan shrugged. He looked at the two fairies in front of him. Even though the power unleashed by the Eelis wind just now is not comparable to my full strength, it was still unleashed with the premise of knocking all of you down. To be able to remain unscathed under this move as expected of all of you, not perfectly fine, I am so tired that I am about to die. Yakuya took a deep breath and he calmed himself down. He looked at Wu Yen with a serious expression. I didn't think you would be this strong. Shido, are you really human? Oh? Do you want to know? Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and smiled mischievously. Don't worry, when you become my slaves, I will tell you everything. No. Shi Xian tightened her grip on the pendulum chain. Her silver eyes kept fluctuating. Although I don't hate you, Shido, and it's good to stay with Yi Jusher, if I become your slave, I won't be able to decide who my master is. I can't accept that. That's right, only one of us can survive. If we both become your slaves, it'll be meaningless. Yejuya gritted his teeth and raised the giant spear in his hand. Surges of air began to swirl around the tip of the spear, gathering into a gust of wind. Of course, if Sherdao is willing to choose Shi Xian, I can be your slave before I disappear. On the other hand, Shi Xian also has the same idea? Shi Xian asked with some hope. I hope you can choose Yi Jusher and make Shi Xian your slave before you disappear. Idiot, don't copy me. Ignore? That's because Yi Jusher is too stupid. He won't listen to anyone. Aren't you the same? Shi Xian listened to every word that Yi Jusher said seriously, but Shi Xian didn't agree with him. I'm the same. No, don't copy Shi Xian. Even if it's Yi Jusher, Shi Xian won't back down on this. Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the two sisters bickering like there's no one around. If this was on the battlefield, you two would have died many times over by now. Wu Yen grinned at the two identical faces in front of him. In any case, let's end this battle first. I have my own considerations. I'm your notary after all. If I don't have any skills, it'll be inexcusable. Yorooshi and Yuxian tensed up when they heard him. They looked at Wu Yen and they yelled at the same time. Ilreem! A huge spear was placed in front of Yi Jusher. The tip of the spear gathered the surrounding air and condensed it into a violent wind. Under Yi Jusher's control, the spear shot out like a crossbow towards Wu Yen. Attack! Elnahash! Shi Xian raised his hand, and the spirit pendulum of the chain spirit pendulum swam around him like a spirit snake. Then, a sharp gust of wind swept up the diamond-shaped blade at the front, and it whistled through the air as it shot forward. Too naive. Wu Yen looked at the violent storm and the sharp whirlwind rushing towards him. He activated the mana on his body. The mana flow turned into a shockwave. With Wu Yen as the center, the shockwave blasted out in all directions. The shockwave collided with the two destructive gusts of wind and it dissipated with a bang. The incoming wind was neutralized and what entered Wu Yan's eyes were two streaks of light shooting towards him. The giant spear and the rhombus-shaped sword pierced through the air and with a sonic boom, they pierced towards Wu Yan's chest. It's not that easy. Wu Yan's expression turned serious. He shot out his hands as if he's trying to grab a lance or a pendulum. A golden magic formation flashed on his arm. Then, a small golden ripple appeared on his hand as he went for the angel's attack. The ripple spun and leaped up into the air. In the next second, several different gusts of wind collided with each other. Boom! The strong wind pressure surged out in all directions, instantly blowing away the surrounding clouds. They were like sharp blades that pierced through the air, attacking either the clouds or the ocean below. Wherever they passed, even space would be stirred up with waves that no one knew about. As if he was holding two small golden tornadoes, Wu Yen compressed the Aeolus wind into his hands and fiercely clenched them on Yi Jusher and Shi Xian's angels. The four gusts of wind collided with each other, causing sparks to fly. Yi Jusher and Shi Xian gritted their teeth and continued to pour their spiritual energy into the angels to replenish the gusts of wind that were in a stalemate. The gusts of wind grew larger and larger, and the force of their attacks became more and more violent. Sensing the two elven girls' gusts of wind that were in a stalemate with the Aeolus wind, Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Waves of mana surged and surged into the small golden tornadoes. Boom! Suddenly, the Aeolus wind expanded and instantly scattered the gusts of wind on the Bawu sisters' angels. Wah! The Bao's sisters were shocked. Chapter 1164. The wind that covered the tip of the Ilrim, spear and the rhombus-shaped blade of the Elnahash was easily dispersed by the wind of Aeolus, revealing their original forms. Since Yeju Shi and Shi Xian were spirits of the wind, their angels were naturally angels of the wind as well. Without the ability to control the wind, the Ilrim and Elnahash were merely weapons that were slightly stronger than the typical display device used to attack. Their might was greatly reduced. Therefore, after dispersing the wind on the two angels, Wu Yan easily grabbed the sharp spear and the sword with his bare hands and pulled them towards him. Explode! Aeolus wind. Tiny golden tornadoes howled as they surged out from the two hands. Bang, bang. Yeju Shi and Shi Xian only felt a sharp pain in their abdomens. Immediately after, two domineering thrusts were applied to their bodies without any explanation, sending them flying like bullets. Whoosh! Two identical sounds of something breaking through the air overlapped into one, echoing through the dark clouds. Yi Juya and Shi Xian's figures flew backwards at a speed invisible to the naked eye like two jets, tearing through the clouds and the air pressure. By the time they stabilized themselves and floated back up, Wu Yan's figure was already a tiny dot in their field of vision. They couldn't even see him clearly. What a strong wind! Yeju Shi rubbed his aching abdomen with a bitter smile. I thought no one in this world could compare to us when it comes to controlling the wind. I didn't expect Shido to be able to use such a strong wind. Is he even human? Heavy, heavy. Shido didn't use his full strength just now. Shi Xian looked at Yeju Shi. The wind just now. If Shido's wind was as strong as it was at the start, then Yejuya and Shi Xian would have already lost. Who on earth was that guy? How can he be so strong? Yejuya's face was filled with disbelief. At first, I thought that I would be able to win easily. This went on. Forget about winning. It's very likely that we will all lose. I can't accept this. Shi Xian can still fight. Shi Xian vigorously swung the spirit pendulum in her hand, her watery silver eyes fixed on the small dot in front of her. Shi Xian must win. But it goes on like this. There is no way we can win against Shido, he is too strong. Shi Xian was supposed to be the calm one, but at this moment, it was the impulsive and arrogant Yi Juya who calmed down first. Looking at the almost invisible dot in front of him and then at Shi Xian, who was staring at the dot beside him, Yageisha hesitated for a moment. Hey, Shi Xian, do you want to use that? Shi Xian paused, then she thought of something and frowned. I have a question, do we really want to use that? Other than that, we have no other way to defeat Shido. Yageisha pursed his lips and sighed. But if he uses that and really wins, who will be considered the winner? Shi Xian pondered for a moment before looking up. I suggest that with Shido's strength, even if we use that, we might not be able to force him to leave the stage. At most, we will injure him and then add in the final blow. Whoever adds in the final blow will win, right? Yi Jia finally laughed out loud. Very well, let's do that. Let's do that. The two elven girls looked at each other, they smiled and nodded at each other. Then, Yageisha extended his right hand and Shi Xian extended her left hand towards each other. They clasped their hands together. In the next instant, Yageisha and Shi Xian's spirit equipment and angel shone with a dazzling light. HM? In the distance, Wu Yan, who was waiting for the Bawa sisters to attack, saw the sudden flash of light. His eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Finally decided to work together? Wu Yan murmured, his face filled with joy. Now this is interesting. As he spoke, a crimson spatial ripple appeared behind him. As if pushing something, a beautiful black crystal bow appeared and landed in Wu Yan's hand. Starlight gradually shone on the beautiful longbow as it reverberated in the air. On the other side, the wings on Yi Juya's right shoulder and Shi Xian's left shoulder merged together, twisting and transforming into a cold bow. The spirit chain pendulum twirled and wrapped around the bow, turning into a bowstring that shone with a metallic luster. Yi Zhu placed his spear on the bowstring of the spirit pendulum and placed it in the center of the Wuji winged bow. This time, Yi Zhu reached out his left hand while Shi Xian reached out her right hand and placed it on the bowstring. As for the shackled hands that were covered by the gauntlets, from the left and right sides of the gauntlet, they were simultaneously pulled to the strings made of chains. With a slight tug, they were pulled to the limit and aimed at the small dot in front of them. Now, I can't stop even if I want to. Yi Geisha forced a smile. He recalled the man who caressed his body last night and his expression froze. Please don't die, Shido. Ye Zhu and Shi Xian glanced at each other in tacit understanding. Then they looked forward at the same time. The huge spear spun at the fastest speed possible, creating a sharp sound as it tore through the air. Hurricane Rider, Raphael, Sky Racer, Elkanaf. Their light voices resounded through the air. The two of them resolutely let go of the bowstrings and shot the huge spears that had turned into sharp arrows towards the front. A strong wind pressure that the two of them had never used and were unable to use spread out in all directions. It rushed forward like a huge wave and swept out in all directions. The dense wind pressure swirling around the arrow continued to move forward with a screeching sound. A power even more terrifying than the Aeolus wind from the very beginning fluctuated around the arrow. Wu Yan could clearly sense the fluctuations coming from the rotating arrow. In his golden eyes, the sharp tip of the spinning arrows was reflected in them. As his pupils shrank, it got closer and closer. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes a little. In his hand, the meteor knight met the arrows. Specks of starlight gathered on the meteor knight and condensed into an arrow that emitted starlight. Looking at the approaching sky racer, Elkanaf, Wu Yan let go of his hand. The dazzling meteor blossomed in the dark sky. The wild and violent enormous arrow and the beautiful arrow of flowing light cut through the air and flew past. Wherever they passed, the atmosphere shook and the cloud layer disappeared. The storm was directly broken apart, turning into a vacuum zone. The two collided together in front of the three pairs of eyes present. Heaven and earth fell silent. Then, boom, it was as if a planet had exploded, and an extremely dazzling strong light flashed between heaven and earth, enveloping every corner of the scene. In the dark horizon, it was as if the sun had fallen, and a sound wave that was enough to form a large-scale typhoon blew up like ripples and spread out in all directions. A huge hole appeared in the clouds that covered the entire sky under this impact, revealing the blue sky inside. The originally undulating ocean was like magma erupting from a volcano, crazily shaking, forming a vast ocean tide that surged in all directions. Yi Zhu and Shi Xian were caught off guard by the dazzling light and their vision was taken away. They screamed and hurriedly blocked in front of their eyes. At the same time, the impact of the sound wave hit their bodies and sent them flying again. However, before the Bawa sisters could fly far, a figure suddenly appeared behind them and pressed down on each of their shoulders to stabilize them. However, the Bawa sisters didn't feel happy or grateful at all. That was probably because the hand that was helping to stabilize their bodies and resting on their shoulders was also fluctuating with a dense magic power. Chapter 1165. The clouds slowly dissipated, returning the sky to its original clear state. Warm golden light sprinkled over the calm ocean, creating a monotonous aurora. It was like a clear sky after a rain. Both Yezhu and Dusk Cord hovered in the air, holding the split angel in their hands. Their delicate bodies stiffened as they sensed the hand on their shoulders that pulsed with dense mana. Their expressions rapidly changed, and they were unable to recover from their daze for a long time. Both Yezhu and Shi Xian understood. If they made any strange movements, then the hand on their shoulders could strike them before they could even move, causing them to lose their ability to fight. In other words, from the moment this hand landed on their shoulders, the two sisters had already lost. They lost this duel. No one could choose who would get the chance to live. The moment they thought of this, Yi Zhu and Shi Xian's eyes began to waver. Their eyes even lost focus, appearing somewhat hollow. Wu Yan didn't see this scene. He used a teleportation magic to appear behind the Baku sisters and capture them. However, he could guess what happened if he wanted to. However, he didn't react at all. He even had a faint smile on his face. You lost. Lost. These two simple words made the Bawa sisters, who had been in a daze, come back to their senses. Their expressions became extremely agitated. Stop joking. Yeju sure ignored the hand on his shoulder that could attack at any time. He struggled free, turned around, and thrust his spear at Wu Yan's chest. How can we lose? Shi Xian didn't say a word. She gritted her teeth and struggled free from Wu Yan's hand. She swung her sword and the diamond-shaped blade mercilessly struck at Wu Yan. Clearly, the sisters couldn't accept their loss. Becoming Wu Yan's slave was secondary. The key was, they couldn't fight for the chance to let their sisters live. This was the only thing they couldn't accept. Wu Yan seemed to have expected this. His golden eyes glanced at the giant spear and pendulum that were covered in wind. He waved his hand. A gust of golden wind blew. It easily blew away the wind flowers on the two angels. The Bawa sisters were blown a distance away. The Bawa sisters' attacks couldn't even last a second. Even though they expected this, they still clenched their teeth. However, the two women still clenched their teeth tightly. Their hands that were holding the angel had already turned white. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They knew that Wu Yan had already shown them mercy. Otherwise, with the strength that Wu Yan had displayed, he could have defeated them in a single blow. Even the trump card that the two of them used together couldn't do anything to the other party. They couldn't even cause any damage to the other party. The goddess of victory would never stand by their side in such a situation. Even though they knew this, the Bawa sisters couldn't admit defeat. This is meaningless. This duel. Yi Jia lowered his head. His voice was trembling. There's no way to let Shi Xian live. This duel is meaningless. It's complicated. Shi Xian can't accept this. Shi Xian shook her head. She raised and lowered the angels in her hands. Her eyes dimmed. She was struggling. Seeing the Bawa sisters' depressed appearance, Wu Yan sighed. He couldn't bear to see them like this. This pair of adorable elf sisters might really have been cursed. They loved each other deeply. Fate played a joke on them. For the sake of that illusory main personality, they fought until now. They just found out how important they were to each other. However, only one of them could survive. If one were to say that the elves who possessed power and unknowingly brought calamity to this world and were hunted down were pitiful existences, then no other elf would suffer more than this pair of sisters. If they didn't die, the other would die. It was too cruel. Luckily, Wu Yan ran into them before the outcome of the battle was decided. No matter what, you have lost this duel. You have to abide by the rules and follow my lead. Whatever I say goes. Whoever I tell to live, you have to live. Like a villain, Wu Yan ignored the sisters' low spirits and looked at them with a meaningful look. Of course, if you want to go back on your word, I can't do anything about it. After all, the choice has always been in your hands. The Bawa sisters fell silent when they heard this. Take me as your master. Whatever I say goes. Whoever I allow to live, you have to live. These words echoed in their hearts. The Bawa sisters' expressions kept changing. They were filled with hesitation. No matter who it was, they would react the same way if they were forced to become someone else's slave. They might even go back on their word, let alone a powerful elf. However, after hesitating for a while, Shi Xian raised her head. The hesitation on her face turned into determination. She actually replied. Of course, Shi Xian will follow the rules of the duel. Follow my lead. Shi Xian. Yi Jia was shocked when he heard Shi Xian's reply. Even Wu Yan was surprised. He couldn't use the excuse he had prepared. Instead, he asked with uncertainty. Are you sure? Yes. Shi Xian nodded heavily. She stared at Wu Yan with narrowed eyes. Yes, Shi Xian is serious. So, please tell Shi Xian what I can do to satisfy you. If Shi Xian can do it, I hope you can let Yi Juya become the master. What are you saying? I don't agree. Yi Juya's expression changed. He turned to Wu Yan. Alright, I have decided to follow your lead. I will do my best to serve you. When the time comes, you must choose to let Xixian live. Oh! Wu Yan chuckled, it's a joyful laugh. In other words, you both agree? The Bawa sisters nodded heavily. There was no longer any hesitation in their eyes. Maybe, for them, Wu Yan is just another way to change the format of today's duel. What they need to do now is to win Wu Yan's favor and get him to agree to their demands. Only then will they be able to win this duel and save the other one. It was that simple. That's good. How could Wu Yan not understand their thoughts when he met their determined eyes? However, he had more or less achieved his goal. Now then, let's give the first order. Wu Yan tapped the air in front of him a few times. Then, 2 red and 2 white bracelets appeared and landed in his hands. Wu Yan tossed the 2 red bracelets to the Yamato sisters as he said, I have some doubts about whether you will be loyal to me, so I will add some restraints. Wu Yan pointed at the 2 red bracelets as the Bawa sisters hurriedly took them. They have the effect of sealing your strength. Wearing them will seal your strength in the future. Only I can remove this seal. Moreover, I won't be able to remove it for the rest of my life. I won't be able to remove it by any means. In that case, the right to use your strength will be in my hands. Hey, what do you mean? Yi Juya frowned. His expression gradually turned to one of dissatisfaction. Since we said we will follow you, we will not go back on our words. I agree. Xixian looked at Wu Yan with displeasure. Xixian thought she had become good friends with Shido. I didn't expect Shido to not trust us. Ma, trust is secondary. I just felt like you girls needed it, so I gave it to you. Wu Yan shrugged when he saw the sisters' unfriendly expressions. He met their eyes. After all, if you put them on, once I seal your spiritual energy, you will completely turn into an ordinary person and no longer have the body of an elf. Naturally, the concept of returning to one body will no longer exist. Among ordinary humans, I have never heard of 2 people suddenly merging and becoming one. Wu Yan muttered these words into the Bawa sisters' ears. In an instant, the displeasure on the sisters' faces disappeared. What replaced it was an intense change. Even their hearts began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 1166. Become an ordinary person? Don't need to return to their original form? In other words, both of them can survive? When they thought of this, Yi Juya and Xixian tightened their grip on the sealing bracelet. However, they couldn't help but tremble. Then, as if they were afraid of losing the bracelet, they grabbed it with their other hand and held it tightly. Seal our spiritual energy and become an ordinary person. Yi Juya's eyes rippled when he felt the cold sensation of the sealing bracelet in his hand. I hope we don't need to return to our original form. Xixian couldn't help but stare at the red bracelet in her hand. If the 2 of them could really survive, how wonderful would that be? Hope rose in their hearts. Yi Juya and Xixian looked at Wu Yan in unison. They were anxious and nervous, but they couldn't help but ask in anticipation. Really? As long as I wear it, I can seal my spiritual energy and become an ordinary person to live with Xixian? Yes, Xixian also hopes to be with Yi Juya forever. When he heard the Bawa sisters finally revealed their innermost thoughts, a gentle smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. He pretended to be nonchalant and shrugged. Who knows? I'm just making an insurance. Let's see if you dare to try it, if it was someone else. After learning about the effects of the sealing bracelet and confirming its authenticity and receiving such an answer, then wanting to wear the sealing bracelet was definitely a fool's dream. After all, only when the wearer understood the ability of the sealing ring and willingly put it on would the wearer be able to wear it. In other words, if the wearer had even the slightest bit of resistance, the sealing bracelet would not be worn. However, the Bawa sisters were different, even though getting such an ambiguous answer made them feel doubtful, but, compared to this little bit of doubt, in her heart, the hope of surviving together with her sisters was far ahead of her. Moreover, Wu Yan's earth-shattering strength was something the Bawa sisters could only look up to. The effect of this pair of bracelets had increased by quite a bit. Perhaps, with his strength, Was it really possible to seal his spiritual energy? When this thought flashed through their minds, the hope in Yi Juya and Shi Xian's hearts grew bigger and bigger until they couldn't hold it in anymore. The two elven girls reflexively raised the red sealing bracelet and put it on their wrists. In the next instant, the two red bracelets were put on their wrists. Under the Bawa sisters' watchful eyes, the bracelets expanded and shrunk until the size matched the two elven girls' wrists. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan felt like a boulder has been lifted off his chest as he laughed out loud in satisfaction. The sealing bracelet's conditions was very strict. However, once no one could take it off. Now that the Bawa sisters had put on the sealing bracelets, the matter was over. After putting the two white sealing bracelets that formed a pair with the red sealing bracelets of the Ba Wu sisters onto the sealing bracelets on his wrists, the two sealing bracelets flashed with a faint light and merged into the sealing bracelets on his wrists. At the same time, on the sealing bracelet that originally had 5 red vein patterns, another 2 red veined patterns slowly emerged from the bracelet and lined up with the other 5 red veined patterns as they were engraved on the sealing bracelet. Subsequently, a phenomenon suddenly appeared on the Bawa sisters in front of him. The Wuji wings on their left and right shoulders gradually disappeared. Along with them, the Bawa sisters' armors and the angels in their hands disappeared as well. This is... Yi Juya and Shi Xian looked at the changes on their bodies in shock. They could clearly feel the elven energy in their bodies gradually condensing and sinking into the depths of their bodies at a frightening speed. They were turning into ordinary people step by step. When the Bawa sisters noticed this, disbelief and ecstasy appeared on their faces at the same time. However, in the next moment, the disbelief and ecstasy turned into shock and panic. That was because, along with the disappearance of the spiritual energy and the angel, the revealing skin-tight clothes on their bodies actually turned into specks of light and completely disappeared, exposing their smooth and delicate bodies to the air. Then, the Bawa sisters, who had completely turned into ordinary people, fell down. Yaya! The two girls didn't even have time to cover up their exposed bodies. Without the support of their spiritual energy, they couldn't help but fall from the air and scream. Wu Yan was stunned for a moment. He immediately used spatial transfer and appeared below the Bawa sisters in an instant. He caught the two girls who were falling freely into his arms. His ears were almost deafened by their screams. Really? Looking at the panic on the Bawa sisters' faces, Wu Yan shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could I forget that we're still in the air? I thought we were dead for sure. Yi Juya hugged Wu Yan's neck tightly. For the first time, he felt that the sky was such a scary place. However, Shi Xian narrowed her eyes and continued to size him up. Her delicate body trembled slightly and her expression was somewhat excited. Wow, the spirit energy really was sealed. It's true. It's true. Yi Juya sensed his body and confirmed that he didn't have any spiritual energy. He couldn't even sense his spiritual equipment or his angel. Tears began to well up in his eyes. If this is the case, we can live together, right? Definitely. Shi Xian nodded repeatedly, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. To be able to live together with Yi Juya, it feels like a dream. Don't worry, it's not a dream. Wu Yan smiled as he patted the excited Bawa sisters in his arms. I still have to introduce you to my family. If you continue to be so excited, you'll lose your composure. It's those mortals' honor to be able to meet me. The excitement on Yi Juya's face slowly dissipated. He spoke in a proud tone, but the smile on his face was more beautiful than ever. She exchanged glances with Shi Xian and the two of them revealed beautiful smiles. Then, they looked at Wu Yan with a gentle look in their eyes. Since you're our master, let's go meet your family. Agreed, Shi Xian also wants to meet master's family. Ha! Wu Yan laughed helplessly. I didn't think you'd take it seriously. Seeing the helpless smile on Wu Yan's face, Yeluya and Shi Xian giggled. Their giggles were like silver bells. They echoed in the clear blue sky. On the other side, on an uninhabited beach, the waves kept crashing onto the shore, washing away the trash floating on the water. The trash stayed on the shore and slowly receded. Seagulls cried as they glided across the sky like white clouds. Some of them went to the water to hunt for food. Others flew to the beach and stopped there. Among the seagulls that stopped there, some of them were standing on a person who looked like a corpse. They were walking back and forth or tapping on the person's body with their beaks, until this person's body suddenly twitched. This movement seemed to have frightened the seagulls as well. They did not expect the corpse beneath them to still be able to move. Flapping their wings, they flew into the air in a series of long and sharp cries as though they were startled. However, their cries served as an alarm clock, waking the unconscious people up. When she opened her eyes, they were filled with confusion and emptiness. After a while, she looked around and saw where she was. The memories in her mind came back bit by bit. She lifted her hand that was covered in sand and blood and covered in a thick layer of mech armor as she murmured, "So, I'm not dead." This person was none other than Elaine, who had been defeated in a clean manner in the game. As her memories gradually returned, a face with a smile that was not a smile flashed across AI Lien's mind, causing her pupils to contract as she clenched her fists. Red Devil. Chapter 1167. This is a secret meeting room in a corner of the world. There are many people who know about this meeting room, but only a very small number of them are qualified to enter. These extremely few people had extraordinary identities. Behind each of them, there was a powerful background that was difficult for others to look up to. With such a small number of people, coupled with the fact that this conference room was rarely used, it was rarely used even once a year. Therefore, this conference room had been reduced to a state where no one knew about it. It was very dark inside, giving people a very strange feeling. Today, the meeting room was a little livelier. The conference room was very spacious. Its area alone was almost half the size of a football field. The floor was polished with smooth ores. When people stood on it, they could see their whole appearance very clearly as long as they lowered their heads. It was not inferior to a mirror. The walls and ceiling were made of the same material. Aside from the smooth, mirror-like stone slabs, there was nothing else in the conference room. There wasn't even a single window. There was only the door leading to the exit and a round table placed in the middle of the room. At this moment, at the edge of the round table, there were about 5 or 6 people sitting around it. Under the cover of the dimly lit meeting room, only their wheels could be vaguely seen, but their faces could not be seen. They were seated around it. One of them is Coterie. The person sitting at the head of the round table is. It was Woodman. If someone in the know saw this, they'd know what they're doing and what this meeting room is for. Round Table Conference. It's an annual meeting. Sometimes, it might not even be held once a year. The people sitting at the edge of the round table are all members of the Round Table Conference. Of course, it was said that they were having a round table meeting. However, from the beginning of the meeting until now, about 20 minutes had passed. The entire meeting. Apart from the opening remarks and greetings, only Coterie's voice echoed in the room. It's called a meeting, but at the beginning. It's just Coterie's report on Ratatosker and the current situation of the sealed elves. It's a real meeting. It's only after Coterie finishes talking. After more than 20 minutes of explanation, Coterie finally stopped talking and nodded at Woodman, who was sitting at the head of the table. That's all. Ratatosker's progress on the elves' mission and the current situation of the sealed elves. There's nothing out of the ordinary. As soon as Coterie finished speaking, the entire conference room became eerily silent. All the council members lowered their heads and digested the information that Coterie just gave them. They also used their own thoughts to think about it. Soon, voices of dissent were heard in the meeting room. Nothing out of the ordinary. A voice came from a seat on Coterie's right. It was hard to tell what age the voice belonged to. But didn't you just say that Nightmare, Tokisaki Kurumi, left for some unknown reason? Yes. Yes. Coterie crossed her arms and answered expressionlessly. Tokisaki Kurumi didn't explain her whereabouts and purpose, so we still don't know where she went and the purpose of her departure. How can this be nothing out of the ordinary? This time, A figure sitting on Kotori's left voiced out her dissatisfaction. Those are dangerous elves that have killed more than 10,000 people. Don't you think that running away without knowing their whereabouts and purpose is enough to prove that something is wrong? Commander Wuha, you didn't think it through enough? This time, it was a figure sitting on the upper right corner, just below Woodman's seat. We can't let such a dangerous elven leave, right? If you spread any more rumors and something happens. The figure on the right didn't finish his sentence, but it's clear what he meant. He objected to Kotori's decision to let Kurumi leave. No, it's not just him. More than half of the people present don't agree with Kotori's decision. Kotori narrowed her eyes. Then what are you trying to do? Put Tokisaki Kurumi under house arrest? Kotori sneered. Don't forget our main goal. We have to treat the elves peacefully and integrate them into society to reduce their threat to the world. The three people who had just spoken held their breaths at the same time, and one of them spoke out in an unconvinced manner. That being said, it's still dangerous. If Tokisaki Kurumi attacks ordinary people again. Don't worry, she won't attack ordinary people again. Kotori cut him off before he could voice his objection. This was also approved by Sir Woodman. Hearing this, everyone present choked and no longer raised any objections. Woodman's status in the round table is very high. Since the chairman allowed it, then so be it. The first person to speak on Kotori's right said bitterly. Then he changed the topic. If Tokisaki Kurumi is fine, what about the other elves? Nothing will happen to them, right? Kotori's gaze was filled with disdain as she tried to change the topic, but she still replied in a steady voice. The other elves' powers are still sealed. They can't even disappear. As long as the seal isn't broken, they'll be no different from ordinary people. Nothing will happen. The figure on Kotori's left asked. For example, the seal will weaken at a certain time. It's been confirmed, nothing will happen. Kotori glanced at him. The seal of the sealing hoop is extremely firm. Other than the holder of the hoop, no one else can do anything to the seal. You can rest assured about this. How can we not worry about that? The person sitting to Woodman's left also spoke. That's an elf, an existence that can destroy the world. The right to use that kind of power is now in the hands of your brother, which is equivalent to him controlling a group of elves. If he has any ulterior motives, he can totally make these elves work for him, can't he? Kotori's eyes flashed coldly. She looked at the person on the upper left with a cold gaze, but her mouth was still polite. Don't worry, my brother doesn't want to become a demon king. If he did, the world would be in chaos. Kotori didn't say that out loud, but Woodman guessed it. He smiled bitterly. It's too reckless to give the right to use the elves' powers to an unknown person. The person on the upper left continued as if he didn't notice the change in Kotori and Woodman. No matter what, the risk is too great. After all, Ratatosker wasn't built around him. Instead, it was built around Shiori. To be on the safe side, shouldn't we let Shiori be in charge of sealing the elves in the future? Kotori couldn't take it anymore. She slammed the table and stood up. I was the one who suggested Oniai-san to take charge of the sealing mission. Kotori stared at the person on the upper left with her red eyes. You don't think I can be trusted? Commander Shiori, you misunderstood. The person on the other hand said calmly. It's just to be safe. In the beginning, when you learned that my sister's sealing ability had the danger of the reverse flow of spiritual energy, didn't you agree to let my brother seal it for the sake of safety? Kotori chuckled coldly. Now, you're trying to drag my sister down with the excuse of safety. Next time, for the sake of safety, isn't it the best plan to hand over all the elves to you? All right. Woodman, who hadn't said a word since the beginning, finally opened his mouth and glanced at everyone present. There's no need to discuss hypotheticals. Just follow the original plan. Everyone present held their breaths and looked at each other in dismay. Then they nodded reluctantly. Commander Shiori. Woodman looked at Kotori. After all, your brother's background is unknown, and he has such a mysterious identity and power. It is necessary to be worried. Of course, Since Commander Wuha chose to believe in your brother, I will also choose to believe in you. But if possible, I hope you can arrange a time for me to meet your brother." Kotari paused and hesitated. After a while, she sighed and nodded. Chapter 1168. Hey hey! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! The sweet and familiar voice carried a strong sense of dissonance as it slowly entered Wu Yan's ears. Wu Yan's drowsy mind became a bit confused. "How long are you going to sleep? Hurry up and get up." "I agree. If you don't wake up, breakfast will be over." With the second call, Wu Yan felt his body being squeezed into two soft bodies, and then he began to shake. Wu Yan, who felt a little uncomfortable, opened his eyes. It was about 7 o'clock in the morning. For Wu Yan, it was still a good time to sleep, so his consciousness was still a little confused. When he completely woke up and saw the orange hair, silver eyes, and delicate face in front of him, his confused expression instantly froze, and his hazy eyes widened. Looking at the two identical faces with beautiful smiles on their faces, Wu Yan first looked around blankly, then he subconsciously called out the names of the two people in front of him. "Did you sure?" "Shi Xian." Yes, the two people who appeared in front of Wu Yan and woke him up from his sleep were Yi Ju-shi and Shi Xian, who put on this sealing ring yesterday and sealed all of their spiritual power. Today was the second day of the study trip. At this time tomorrow, he should be able to pack up his luggage. He was ready to return to Heavenly Palace City. Yesterday, after sealing Yakuya and Shixian's spiritual energy, the two sisters were brought back to Fraxinus, which was floating above Homei Island, by Shina and Yeyue. Their bodies were checked thoroughly, and according to the information of their bodies, they were given a normal background. In other words, after sealing Yi Ju-shi and Shi Xian's spiritual power and bringing them back to Homei Island, the two girls were taken away. Originally, Wu Yan thought that he would at least wait until he returned to Heavenly Palace City to see the sisters again. He didn't expect that the next morning, the sisters would appear in a single room in his hotel. Moreover, they appeared in front of him in the posture of riding on his body. "You're finally awake?" The corners of Yi Juya's lips curled upwards. He seemed to be in a very good mood. "Very good." He continued to sleep. "Even I want to punish you." "I agree. That sounds fun." Shi Xian also had a faint smile on her face. She didn't quarrel with Yi Juya like before. Instead, they actively went along with it. Their relationship was extremely good. The punishment method that Yakuya came up with must be the most fun. "No." Yi Juya scratched his face embarrassedly, but his expression revealed a hint of happiness. "I definitely can't compare to Shi Xian. No, there's no such thing." Although they seemed to be quarreling, their faces were full of happiness. Wu Yan, who was lying on the bed and looking down at this scene, felt a little shy and quickly laughed bitterly. "Why are you two here? Aren't you in Fraxinus for a checkup?" "Well, it's already done." Yi Jia lowered his head to look at Wu Yan and complained. "Who is this Ratatosker guy? He actually played with me the whole day yesterday. How rude. If it wasn't for Shi Xian, I would have blown them away." Also, after the checkup, Shi Xian and Yi Juya returned to your side. Shi Xian said respectfully to Wu Yan. Before leaving, someone told Shi Xian and Yi Juya that Master likes it when someone sits on top of you and wakes you up in the morning. That's why, which asshole said that? I won't ask. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead as he looked at the 4 white thighs wrapped around his body. "But what's with that, Master? What do you mean what's going on?" Yi Jia looked at Wu Yan strangely with his arms crossed in front of his chest. "Aren't we your slaves? Of course we have to call you Master." "Thank you, Master. Not only are you Shi Xian and Yi Jia's master, you're also our benefactor." Compared to Yi Jia, Shi Xian was more cautious. That's why Shi Xian and Yi Jia have to keep their promise and become Master's slaves. "Ha." Wu Yan laughed dryly. "That's just a temporary measure. You don't have to take it seriously, no." But before he could finish his sentence, Yi Juya interrupted loudly. "We are hurricanes, witches, 8 dances, fairies. How can we go back on our words? Your spiritual energy has already been sealed, hasn't it? Wu Yan's mouth twitched, he said weakly. We're not fairies anymore, right? Reject, that's a very cunning way of saying it. Shi Xian narrowed her eyes and said seriously. Regardless of whether it's to repay a debt or to keep a promise, Shido will be Shi Xian's master from now on, this will not change. Well, that's how it is. From now on, Shi Xian and I will serve you. Although it's a disgrace for me to serve others with my status, I'll accept it for Shi Xian's sake. Yi Juya straightened his back proudly. He reached out and pulled Wu Yan's blanket. Let's start by waking you up. Agreed. Shi Xian also pulled Wu Yan's blanket. Taking care of master's daily life is the most appropriate way of doing things. Wait. Compared to slaves, Yukiya and Yukaina are acting more like maids. Wu Yan panicked and pulled back the blanket that was about to be pulled away. After all, every man is more energetic in the morning. Wu Yan is still wearing a loose bathrobe. If the blanket is pulled away, a certain part of his body will be seen by these two cute little slaves. Wu Yan could only pull the blanket back and chuckle. That, I can do it myself, you two can leave first. To be able to have us Bawa sisters serve you, that's an opportunity that you've earned through countless lifetimes of good fortune. Yi Jia grabbed the blanket in his hand unhappily and pulled it with all his might. You just need to accept it gratefully. Apologies, please forgive Shi Xian's rudeness. Shi Xian also pulled harder. Shi Xian also wants to serve master. Wait. Under the sisters' forceful tugging, the blanket covering Wu Yan was slowly pulled away. Wu Yan panicked and quickly pulled the blanket back again. With this tug, the Yamato sisters who were reduced to mere mortals fell to the ground with a cry of surprise. They laid on top of Wu Yan's body. Yagushir was just about to get up and vent her dissatisfaction on her uncooperative master when she felt a foreign object. She paused for a moment and felt around in confusion. What is this? It's hard. Yuki Xian tilted her head and she reached out with her hand as well. She grabbed the hard object before Wu Yan could react. Yuki Xian grabbed the hard object before Wu Yan could react. Ow! Caught off guard by the attack, Wu Yan shrieked and his eyelids almost rolled back. It's not just because of the pleasure he got from touching the sisters' soft hands, it's also because, driven by curiosity, the sisters reached their hands into the blanket and Wu Yan's loose bathrobe. They grabbed him without any restraint. Hey Shi Xian, what is this? Answer, Shi Xian doesn't know. It's hidden under the blanket and it seems to be on master. Open the blanket and see. Move. Is it a snake? Shiver, if there's a snake on master, stop. Wu Yan was scared out of his wits when he saw the Baku sisters trying to pull him away in a panic. Sherdao, it's time to get up, it's morning. At this moment, the door to the room was suddenly rudely opened. 10 Fragrance stood at the door with a smile on her face and shouted happily. Today, Shirji said she made delicious food. The scene in the room was slowly imprinted into 10 Incense's eyes, causing her words to gradually weaken. Seeing the sisters lying on Wu Yan's bed and twisting into a ball, Shixiang's smile stiffened and the room fell into a suffocating silence. Soon after, a loud and furious roar resounded throughout the entire hotel. What are you doing? Chapter 1169. Hosumi Island, Hotel. Wearing a bikini swimsuit with an apron, Shiori sneaked a glance at the scene and sighed faintly. Shiori was currently in Wu Yan's single room. The reason was because Toka, who was waiting outside to call Wu Yan, suddenly heard Toka's angry roar that resounded through the entire hotel. Shiori, who thought that something had happened, hurried over. Then she saw the following scene. A young girl with long purple hair that looked like water splashes was lying on the bed with 2 young girls with long orange hair. One of them had her hair tied up and the other had her hair tied into 3 braids. They looked exactly the same. They were glaring at him fiercely, as if they could start fighting at any time. The entire room was filled with the feeling that a storm was coming. On the bed where the 3 girls were glaring at each other, a man with black hair and red eyes was collectively pressed under the blanket. Only his head was exposed. His eyes were almost rolled back as he stared at the ceiling. His face was filled with desire. Such a scene left Shiori scratching her head in confusion. Her heart was incomparably tangled. She wanted to find someone to explain the current situation to her, but the three girls in the middle of a confrontation were clearly not a good choice. Wu Yen and Shiori didn't understand what happened to make him show such an expression. If Shiori were to observe carefully, she would notice that the three girls who are glaring at each other are actually fighting over something. As for what they are fighting over, if Shiori could see that each of the three girls had a hand under the blanket, combined with Wu Yan's expression, she would be able to guess what they are fighting over. However, from Shiori's angle, she couldn't see the three hands under the blanket. Otherwise, the scene that finally regained its calm would revert back to a state of uproar and Wu Yan would be thoroughly despised by Shiori. Even if he was the victim, it wasn't his fault. But who told him to be happy? Looking at the scene in front of him that had been maintaining a strange silence. Shiori's face was a bit resentful, but she still stood up and smiled to ease the situation. Although I don't know what happened. But how about everyone come down first? Shido looks like he's troubled. Hearing this, the three girls were stunned. They reflexively looked at Wu Yen. When they saw Wu Yen rolling his eyes, they panicked and quickly pulled back their hands under the blanket and got off the bed. Are you okay? The three girls shouted in unison and then glared at each other again. Ignorant mortal, how dare you disturb us Bawa sisters' service plan? Do you want to be judged by the son of Hurricane? Yakuya pointed at Toka with a face full of anger. Ha! The pure and kind Toka naturally couldn't understand Yakuya's Chunibyu speech, but she still replied loudly. I don't know what you're talking about, but why are you in Shido's room and lying on his bed? Shiori's face stiffened. She more or less understood why this happened. She wanted to check on Wu Yen, but she stopped. Instead, she looked at Wu Yen with a cold gaze. Cold sweat dripped down Wu Yan's forehead. However, before he could explain himself, Shi Xian's next sentence completely knocked him down. Explain. Yi Ju Shi and Shi Xian are only here to fulfill their promise. Shi Xian narrowed her watery silver eyes and said, After all, Shido is Yakuya and Shi Xian's master now. Following his words, the atmosphere froze. Shiori's cold gaze turned into one of disdain. This is only the second time Shiori and the Baku sisters met. The first time they met was when Wu Yen brought them back as lost lambs in their skin-tight uniforms. Thus, from Shiori's point of view, Wu Yen who just arrived on Haimai Island must have gone off to attract bees and butterflies somewhere. Then he got charmed by these two masochistic cats and used flowery words to trick them into coming here. Therefore, the two words unfaithful and cheating appeared in Shirji's mind at the same time, causing her to despise them. You already have Toka and Tokasuke-san as your fiancé. Shido, I can't believe you're still not satisfied. Shiori looked at Wu Yen with a gaze that could pierce through a person's heart. Aren't you afraid of being stabbed? It's not what you think. Wu Yen peeked out from under the blanket. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. There's a very complicated reason for this. Shiori, you can't be blinded by your own eyes. Maybe my eyes are really blinded, but my ears are very good. Shiori smiled brightly. If I'm not mistaken, they said you're their master, right? That's a very complicated reason too. Wu Yen wiped the sweat off his forehead and stuttered. Anyway, Shiori, you have to believe me. I became their master because of a very pure reason. I won't ask what the reason is. Shiori narrowed her eyes and sneered. But this so-called master, it seems like it's real. Wu Yen was speechless. What do you want to do to our master? Yakuya jumped in front of Shiori and put his hands on his hips. He blocked Shiori's view of Wu Yen. Shi Xian also stood next to Yakuya to protect him. Warning, even if she's master's sister, if she wants to harm master, she'll have to defeat Shi Xian first. Shiori won't do that. Before Shiori could react, Toka quickly stood next to Shiori, once again forming a confrontation with the Bawa sisters. Also, I can protect Shido too, I don't need you. Oh! Yakuya raised an eyebrow and laughed with interest. So you're saying you want to fight for the right of our sisters to serve master? Declaration. Shi Xian's expression tensed up, her round breasts stood out. Yakuya and Shi Xian's position is being challenged by an unknown person, but Shi Xian won't admit defeat. Who's the unknown person? You're the unknown person? Shiori couldn't help but complain. Besides, I'm not interested in serving others, although I don't understand what's going on. Shixiang tilted her head in confusion and stared at the Baowu sisters. However, if it's a challenge, I will definitely not lose. Okay. Don't think that I will let you off so easily. The price of failing to challenge me will require you to pay with your entire lives. Repent for your sins. A declaration of war. The corners of Shi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed as if her blood was boiling. Although Yi Jushi and Shi Xian have lost their powers, as long as we are with Yi Jushi, we are invincible. We will accept your challenge. But don't keep saying things that others don't understand. In short, I will definitely defeat you. Just watch. Shidao, are you looking down on the might of the Baowu sisters? If we join forces with Shi Xian, we Baowu sisters will definitely not lose. Agreed, we will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly and prove that only Yi Jushi and Shi Xian are suitable to serve master. In the room, a tense atmosphere suddenly descended, filling every corner of the room. Toka, Yi Jushi, and Shi Xian glared at each other fiercely. Faintly, arcs of electricity danced in their gazes, creating dense sparks. That. Shiori's face was covered in sweat as she raised her hand weakly. I didn't mean to challenge you. The moment she said that, the three of them fiercely looked at Shiori, causing her to tremble. She whimpered and retreated to Wu Yan's bedside. She looked at Wu Yan with resentment. Shidao, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation after this, you will only have one meal left out of 3. Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. Chapter 1170. Heavenly Palace City, DM Branch Office. On the top floor of the office building, Westcott was leisurely sitting on the sofa in the most luxurious suite. He exhaled softly as he opened the window and looked down at the brightly lit Heavenly Palace City. His gray hair swayed gently in the breeze. Lowering his head, Scott looked at the Heavenly Palace City below as if he was looking at a model. His eyes that were as sharp as blades narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an arc that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he was treating everything as a toy. This kind of behavior could not be said to be terrifying, but only disgusting. However, in Westcott's heart, other than spirits and power, he didn't care about anything else. As a high-ranking member of the DM, Westcott came to Heavenly Palace City only because there was something he was interested in here. Heavenly Palace City, for Westcott, was just a toy that he would throw away after playing with it. That's why Westcott liked to stand on a high place and look down at the entire Heavenly Palace City. His sharp eyes tirelessly swept over the night scene below like a fisherman looking for small fish in the sea with his naked eyes. It was meaningless, but he still continued. As for what he was looking for in Heavenly Palace City, perhaps those who were familiar with Westcott could guess what he was looking for. Maintaining the appearance of looking down at Heavenly Palace City, Westcott observed for an entire hour. The annoying smile on his face was still hanging on his face. He didn't feel impatient at all, as if he intended to spend the entire night observing Heavenly Palace City below. Until the door of the suite was opened, and a figure walked in without saying a word. This scene was broken. Hearing the soft yet clear footsteps, the smile on Westcott's face widened, but he soon calmed down. However, he didn't turn around to confirm who it was. In the entire DM branch company, there was no one who could enter Westcott's room without knocking on the door or making a report. There was only one person. Therefore, there was no need for confirmation. Westcott knew who had come. "You're back." Westcott didn't look away from the night scene of Heavenly Palace City as he asked without looking back. "It seems like something unexpected has happened." "Yes." Westcott's light blonde hair was behind him. The beautiful woman with smooth skin and facial features that were completely different from the Orientals was silent for a moment before speaking expressionlessly. Indeed, a lot of things happened. Westcott didn't know if it was too funny or not, but he shook his head and laughed. He turned around and looked at the person who came. Something unexpected will happen. It doesn't sound like something you would say, Irene. With that, Westcott glanced at Irene. After you came to Carrie, you lost contact with this place, you even lost contact with Albalt. At this point, Scott didn't continue, but it was obvious that he wanted Irene to give him an explanation. This kind of situation was very rare. After all, Westcott rarely took the initiative to contact anyone other than the elves. In the past, Elaine was the one who was responsible for sending information to Westcott. It was rare for Westcott to ask Elaine about the development of the elves' affairs. Irene met Westcott's gaze. Her expression didn't change at all. For this mission, the identity of the target, Princess Puna, has not been confirmed yet. The whereabouts of Nightmare is unknown. It seems that he did not participate in this cultivation trip. The identity of Princess is uncertain, and the whereabouts of Nightmare are unknown. Does that mean that the mission this time is almost a complete failure? Scott frowned in a rare moment. Dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes for the first time. However, he seemed to have thought of something and asked doubtfully. What about their devil? The only male elf that appeared so far should be a student of Lai Chan High School, right? Westcott's expression changed as soon as he heard this. The reason was none other than Irene, who was known as the world's most powerful magician and claimed that no one could defeat her. Mira? A hint of fear appeared in Mether's eyes. The fear only lasted for a moment, but Scott caught it clearly. That was why his fearless face changed. This was the first time he had ever seen Elaine afraid of something. It was the first time he had ever seen something like this. Of course, after the change in expression, Scott's face was replaced with an interested smile. To be able to make Irene feel fear, this mission seems to have some very interesting situations to deal with. From the looks of it, you must have found something on that student who is suspected to be the Red Devil, right? Westcott smiled meaningfully. Can you tell me about it? Irene lowered her head and was silent for a while. Her eyes, hidden under her bangs, kept fluctuating. That face with a smile yet not a smile once again appeared in the depths of her mind. Recalling the unparalleled power of the other party, Irene unconsciously clenched her fist and squeezed out a sentence. That student's identity has been confirmed. There is no doubt that he is the Red Devil. Westcott raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He waited for Irene's next words. She took a deep breath and lifted her head to look at Scott. But, Ike, I don't agree with setting the Red Devil as the target. What's the reason? Scott's expression was the same as usual, as if he didn't care at all. That elf, that man. Irene closed her eyes and smiled bitterly. It's too dangerous. Dangerous? Westcott finally looked at Irene. Have you already fought with him? Yes. I have and I lost. I lost completely. Irene's bitter smile deepened. She was unwilling to admit defeat. I couldn't even hurt him at all, but he could easily shatter my Terde Tori. Even Albalt could not even make a single move in his hand before he was defeated. In the end, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of Berserker that made him lose interest in me, I'm afraid that I would have already. Hearing this, Scott fell silent. However, after a short moment of silence, an unprecedented dense light appeared in his sharp eyes, and an extremely excited smile appeared on his face. So, Westcott maintained his excitement and asked with a smile, he's very strong? Seeing Westcott's excited expression, Elaine, who knew him well, naturally understood what he was thinking. She immediately sighed. I don't want to admit it, but he's very strong. He's stronger than any elf I've met before. He's the only one who's defeated me when I couldn't even fight back. Alice's affirmation, which contained unwillingness, caused the smile on Scott's face to grow wider and wider. In the end, he was unable to endure the joy in his heart. He held his head and laughed crazily. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Well, Scott couldn't stop laughing. Even the most powerful magician in the world couldn't fight back. Does such a powerful elf really exist? Could it be that the gods are looking after me? Ha! Well, Scott's excited laughter reverberated throughout the room, making Irene feel even more indignant. However, reality is reality. She can't even touch Wu Yan. No matter how indignant she is, she can't change the fact that there is a difference in power between them. Westcott seemed to have forgotten about Irene's existence. He looked at the night scenery outside the window. He was still excited. Ah! How do I invite that elf over? Mobilize the entire DM Combat Executive Force? Join forces with AST? Or threaten him with the lives of those who get along well with him? Whispering extremely dangerous words, Will Cotter muttered to himself with a big smile on his face. But that seems a little disrespectful. Why don't I pay him a visit personally? That's too dangerous. Irene said without hesitation. Even without Ike, I can find him. Westcott looked at Irene in surprise. You have a way? Yes. Westcott laughed again and looked out the window. That's something to look forward to. Chapter 1171. So the problem with the sisters has been solved? Listening to Meijio's voice, Wu Yan sighed as he tidied up his clothes on the bed. Yeah, it was a bit complicated, but it's finally solved. Then why are you sighing? Meijio's confused and sweet voice rang out from the phone. Didn't you say you care about the sisters? You should be happy now that it's solved. Wu Yan bitterly laughed when he heard Meijio's words. Indeed, this trip to Island not only dealt a heavy blow to the people sent by the Dem, but they also met the famous berserkers in the Elven world and successfully sealed them. No matter how one looked at it, it was something worth celebrating. From Wu Yan's point of view, sealing the Baku sisters is a good thing, but at the same time, there are a lot of headaches waiting for him to deal with. Needless to say, the first thing that gave him a headache was the relationship between the Bawu sisters and 10 Fragrances. It's been a long time since they went on the trip to Sumi Island. After that, Ratatoskr arranged the Bawu sisters, who had been sealed and confirmed to be in good condition, to stay by his side and follow him back home. Originally, Wu He's family's residence was already seriously full. After Kurumi's arrival, Wu Yan slept on the sofa for a while. It wasn't until later that he cleared out a room that was usually used to store things. Only then did he have a room again. Therefore, Ratatoskr decided to arrange for the Bawu sisters to stay in a nearby apartment so that he could take care of them nearby. In any case, other than Wu Yan, no one else in this world can break the seal of the sealing bracelet. He didn't have to worry about the elves being in a bad mood and causing the reverse flow of spirit energy. Moreover, once the Bawu sisters stayed together, the situation was very stable. Even if the spiritual power flowed backwards, the probability of it happening was very low. Therefore, it's not a problem to let them live on their own. But the problem was that the Bawu sisters were firmly against it. There was only one reason, and that was, in that apartment. There's no Wu Yan. The Machibana sisters, who have already identified themselves as Wu Yan's slaves, are actually more like maids. They yelled in unison that wherever their master went, they would go, wherever there was no master. They'd rather die than go there. Such a pair of loyal and cute slaves made such a declaration. No matter which man becomes their master, they won't be able to sleep. In the beginning, Wu Yan was the same. Later on, he realized how naive he was to think that way of thinking. First, the sisters don't know how to serve people. They're half-baked when it comes to seducing people. Second, it's fine if they don't know how to serve people. At most, he won't let them serve him. Anyway, the so-called, I'm the master, was just a reason Wu Yan made up on a whim to persuade them to accept the seal. But, the sisters' self-esteem is unusually high. They don't know how to serve people, but they still want to serve people. For this reason, they even launched the so-called special service training. They thought of different ways to serve people. They even took out educational videos that aren't suitable for children to learn. This isn't a problem. After all, even if they learn, Wu Yan will definitely feel good. The problem is there's only one TV in the house. And it's in the living room. In the end, the two sisters took these so-called special training videos to the living room and played them at the top of the volume. After that, Wu Yan got chased out of the house by a blushing Shirori who didn't let him come back until the next day. There's also the third reason. It's the first reason. There aren't enough rooms in the house. Wu Yan's house only has 5 rooms. Wu Yan took 1, Shirji took 1, Kodori took 1, Toka and Yoshino took 1. The last one is empty but it's Kurumi's. Even if the sisters move in, they'll have to move out sooner or later. Due to this reason, the Bawa sisters released a statement, "We'll share a room with the master." Then, trouble came. Shirji's behavior is like treating a bug. Toka alone won't be able to get through. Under Yoshino's instigation, Yoshino's face turned red and she expressed her opposition. Therefore, on the day they discussed the housing issue, the entire Wu He family was in a mess. It was dark and miserable. Finally, they came up with a plan. Toka and Yoshino are a team. Yoshino and Yoshino are a team. The two teams will have a duel every day. The content of the duel is varied but there's only one result. The winning team can sleep in the same room as Wu Yan and the losing team can sleep in the same room as Toka and Yoshino. It's a good result. After all, no matter who wins, Wu Yan won't be at a disadvantage. He might even be able to take advantage of them. If Shirji didn't exist, Wu Yan will never forget that day when Toka, Yoshino, Yagoya, and Yushin were having their first fight for the right to sleep with Shirori. Shirori left him a secret message. "I'll go to your room every night. If I see anything strange, Shido, I'll take a picture of it and post it online or in class." Thus, he could only kneel down in front of this dark life where he could only watch but couldn't eat and couldn't use anything. By the way, Wu Yan doesn't know why Shirji agreed to let the Yamato sisters stay in his house. He only knows that Kodori called Shirji when she found out that Wu Yan sealed the Yamato sisters. Shirji, who appeared again, cried and said that Yoshino and Yoshino are welcome to move in. Also, Kodori called Wu Yan about how Wu Yan managed to conquer the troublesome berserker in the short time she was away. Wu Yan, who appeared again, cried and laughed. As for the inside story, it's unknown. You can only let others imagine, Wu Yan replied to Meijio with a complicated expression. Wu Yan felt sad when he recalled the events that happened in his family these past few days. "I'm happy but there are other reasons as well. It's really complicated, that's why I say men are annoying creatures. Do you think pretending to be mysterious will work?" Meijio snorted. Her impression of men has evolved from dirty to annoying. Maybe it's because she's slowly opening up her heart or it's because her partner is Wu Yan. They say men like to pretend to be mysterious. Don't women like to pretend to be mysterious too? Wu Yan pursed his lips. Take you for example. You've been calling me every night since the day you went on a trip. I asked you why but you wouldn't tell me. Every time I asked you would hang up. Are you trying to make me depressed? Why? What does it have to do with you? Meijio's tone panicked as she fiercely yelled. Then she began to mutter. Do you think I want to? Who knows why I want to call you every time I pick up my phone? What did you say? Wu Yan helplessly replied to Meijio's mumbling. Can you speak louder if you want to? Okay, I said. You should be thankful that I'm calling you. Meijio shouted, so, hurry up and tell me the phone numbers of those cute elves around you, and then quickly die. I'm sorry, but I can't die no matter what. Wu Yan complained. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to get Xiang and the others? Since they're all elves, they must be cute. When Meijio said this, her voice was filled with intoxication. If I can have afternoon tea with them and have dessert, how nice would that be? After saying that, Meijio paused, hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly spoke. Why don't you bring those elves to my concert? Wu Yan's hand that was tidying up the clothes on the bed stopped. He was silent for a moment before speaking. Do you want to use your own voice? It was Meijio's turn to be silent. Chapter 1172. As the two of them fell silent, An indescribable pressure suddenly fluctuated between the two of them. It was as if it had broken through the distance between them and connected to the phone, transmitting to each other. Wu Yan and Meijio can't see what kind of expression the person on the other side of the phone is wearing. Maybe it's because they don't have to face each other, the wariness between them lessened a lot. After waiting for a long time, Wu Yan finally heard Meijio's dejected words. No. Now I only have one voice left. Is that so? Wu Yan sighed with disappointment. What a pity. Meijio fell silent again. This time, she didn't stay silent for too long. Soon, Meijio said something that sounded very complicated. She didn't know what kind of emotions she was talking about. She spoke to Wu Yan from the other end of the phone. Why are you so keen on my previous voice? Is it because my current voice doesn't sound good? Although he couldn't see Meijio's current appearance, judging from her low voice, Meijio pursed her lips and squeezed out those words. Compared to my previous voice, my current voice has more fan support. It's also favored by the upper echelons of the entertainment industry. Why do you want me to sing with my previous voice? That's a question. Wu Yan shook his head and threw down the clothes in his hand. He sat on the bed and pondered for a while. Then let me ask you, why do you want to sing with your current voice? Do you hate your previous voice that much? How could I hate it? Meijio sounded agitated. That's my voice. It's the only thing I have left since I was a child. How could I hate it? Then why don't you use it to sing? Wu Yan closed his eyes. It's your voice too, isn't it? Because it's no longer here. It was taken away by those filthy humans. Meijio's agitated voice began to carry a hint of resentment. So what if it's good? It's still gone in the end. It's gone. I can't help it. Is that so? Meijio's agitated, resentful, and bitter voice calmed Wu Yan down. The so-called psychogenic disease refers to a disease caused by mental or psychological factors. The specific manifestation is that the patient has suffered a certain blow in life or mental aspect, causing the disease that should not have been there to be directly reflected in the patient's body through the patient's mental weakness. Psychogenic aphasia is the same. It's just a manifestation of the weakness of the heart on the body. After sorting out his emotions, Wu Yan's voice became gentle. So, Meijio, your voice hasn't disappeared. It's in your body. As long as you can be strong, it will wake up. Strong? Are you trying to say I'm weak? Meijio's laugh. So what if the voice of the past has returned? Will anyone listen to me? Meijio raised her voice before Wu Yan could reply. No, it's impossible. If there are people who are obsessed with my voice, why would they be confused when there's a rumor? Why would they believe it when there's a scandal? Don't they like my voice and my songs? What does my voice have to do with those scandals? That's why my fans didn't believe me when I was in pain. No one helped me. Meijio's voice turned gloomy, full of self-mockery. Even if I have that voice again, when the same situation happens again, I will still be betrayed. If I have this voice now, people will believe me. Only then will others believe me. If I don't have this voice now, then I dash. So, you said. Meijio didn't finish her sentence. Wu Yan dragged out his tone and told her in an extremely dissatisfied tone. I've been saying since the beginning that I want to listen to your songs with your original voice. Why do you think no one likes your songs? Aren't I right here? You. Meijio's voice trembled violently. She gritted her teeth. Do you think I'll believe you just because you say that? You said that because you want to seal my spiritual power. I won't believe you. Maybe that's part of the reason. I haven't heard your previous songs. Wu Yan said calmly. But you said that no one helped you when you were in pain. I can't agree with that. Meijio was stunned. There is a girl in front of you who is in pain. Any man would want to lend a helping hand. Your previous fans didn't lend a helping hand when you were in pain because they weren't men at all. Wu Yan snickered without holding back. You think all the men are dirty because of the betrayal of a bunch of trash who wear men's masks? Please forgive me, I can't agree with you. Zhang Lixing sneered. You think all the men are dirty because of the betrayal of a group of trash who wear men's masks? You make it sound nice. Meijio clenched her teeth. She tried her best to stop herself from wavering. Just like you said, you want to overturn all my previous cognition with just one sentence. Then please forgive me, I can't agree with you no matter what. Wu Yan didn't know what to say. Just like Meijio said, no matter how nice his words were, they were just words. He didn't have any evidence to prove that he was right. On the contrary, Meijio's past experience was real. It had always proved the ugly side of men and also proved that what she said was correct. Although there were suspicions that Meijio had been caught in one fell swoop, the truth was, at that time, not a single fan chose to believe her and lend her a helping hand. Meijio had seen the dark and ugly side of society. He didn't let her see the bright and hopeful side. How could he make her believe him? How could he save this poor girl who had been hurt and had a huge scar in her heart? She hadn't recovered yet. She had been living alone and didn't trust anyone. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wu Yan's mind. Was it because of this that Meijio sincerely hoped that someone would listen to her complain, and let her vent her past pain? Was it because of this that he had left a deep impression on Meijio after that encounter? Was that why he received calls from Meijio every day? Meijio, was it because she was too lonely and wanted to talk to him? Was that why she kept calling him? What she wanted was someone she could talk to about her past pain. Wu Yan took a deep breath and chuckled. Hey Meijio. Wu Yan's voice was soft but unusually gentle. When you were diagnosed with psychogenic amnesia, there must have been a period of time when you were hoping for someone to help you. That's why you said that nobody will help you when you're in pain, right? Meijio's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes flickered. She opened her mouth out of reflex and wanted to refute him. But before she could, Wu Yan's voice rang in her ears and heart. Okay, I have made up my mind. Wu Yan guffawed as he declared loudly. Before you choose to believe me, I will always have hope and wait for you to believe me. Wu Yan's smile grew even brighter as he spoke. So, Meijio, you must help me. You. Meijio's voice trembled and her heart was in a mess. The reason for that was because there was a certain sealed place that was constantly shaking. Wu Yan might have heard Meijio's inner emotions from her voice. He smiled and changed the topic. When will the concert be held? Meijio was stunned for a moment and answered subconsciously, a week from now, at the center of the northern square of Tiangong City, at 2 p.m. Oh? There's plenty of time. Wu Yan shrugged. Got it. I'll bring my family to cheer you on. Meijio was stunned. Didn't you say you wanted to hear me sing with my real voice? At that time, I really want to hear you sing with your real voice, but you can't do it now, right? Wu Yan kept smiling and smiling. Before you sing with your real voice, I'll keep waiting. Chapter 1173. Heavenly Palace City. This is a famous plaza in the northern part of Heavenly Palace City. The reason why he added the word famous was that this square covered a very large area. There was a dedicated rental venue built in the square, and it was relatively close to some activity centers. The entertainment facilities were also relatively prosperous. Therefore, whenever there was a concert or a large-scale event in Heavenly Palace City, it would generally be held here. Although there aren't many plazas in the northern part of Heavenly Palace City, there are still many of them. However, when someone talks about the Northern Plaza in Heavenly Palace City, they're referring to the large plaza in front of them. Today, the largest venue in the center of the plaza has been booked by someone. Not many people know who booked the central venue, but those who know are basically all women. Moreover, they all regard it as their destination this time. When Wu Yan brought Toka, Yoshino, Yagushir, and Shixien to the Northern Plaza, the scene that appeared in front of them shocked everyone. A sea of people. It's really a sea of people. The spacious plaza is so crowded with people that not even a drop of water can trickle through. Looking around, the first thing that came into view is the dense mass of people with colorful hair. Aside from the group closest to Wu Yan and Co., the rest of the crowd couldn't see anything below their chest. The sight of people squeezing together is truly a spectacular sight. So many people, this is really surprising. Wow, this is the first time I've seen so many people. When Toka, Yejushi, and Shixian saw so many people, they were dumbfounded. The shy Yono hid behind Wu Yan's back. She clutched at his shirt like a child who is afraid of being left behind. She put on a pitiful look that could kill a bunch of uncles around her. It's just a plaza. Is there a need to be so exaggerated? Wu Yan looked at the black mass of people in front of him and was secretly speechless. There are even more people than the Qixi festival last time. Did people already know that Meijio plans to hold a concert here? As soon as he said that, a calm voice came from the wireless earpiece on his right ear. The only people who know that Meijio will hold a concert here today are her fans. Kotori twirled the treasure in her mouth. She looked at the scene displayed on the big screen in the command room and explained in a vague tone. This plaza is a famous plaza. Not only has entertainment facilities, but also some large-scale activities are often held here. Sometimes, there's even an idol group's autograph session and handshake session here. It's like a place where festivals are held every day. That's not too much. There's nothing strange about there being so many people. That's enough to surprise me. Wu Yan shook his head and he laughed. I didn't think I would get the chance to see so many people. Oh? Kotori raised an eyebrow. Could it be that you've seen a crowd as large as this? Well, back when I participated in the Spalier World Academy's tournament, there were so many people here. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks as he tried to recall. Yeah, that's about the size of the audience. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks as he tried to recall. Also, when I was forced to enter the Sword and Saber Dominion world, there were so many people during my wedding ceremony. Wedding ceremony? Kotori, Shina, and Yue screamed in the earpiece and woke up Wu Yan from his memories. Wu Yan realized what he just said and cursed in his heart. Hey, Shido. Kotori has been referring to Wu Yan's Oniai-chan ever since she became Wu Yan's summon. She called him Shido. Then, a sentence that sounded like a smile came out of the earpiece. I've never heard of a wedding ceremony before. Oniai-sama? Shina didn't even call him captain anymore. Her tone was a bit unsettled. Oniai-sama is already married? As expected of captain. You're just a high school student. Yayue said in admiration. She then asked in confusion. But what's the deal with the Sword and Saber Dominion world? What's the Spalier World Academy? Is there such an academy? Ah. Wu Yan chuckled when he heard the sounds of danger, panic, and confusion coming from the earpiece. He acted like he didn't hear anything and he held Yono's hand. Let's go. It won't be good if we're late. Okay. Please. It's the mortal's honor to be able to wait for my arrival. It's rude to be late. Besides, it's master's order, so I'll reluctantly accept it. Agreed. I also want to know what kind of person master's friend is. Wu Yan shook his head when he heard the different responses from the four girls. He then led the four beautiful girls to the center of the venue. There are a lot of people in the plaza. There are usually a lot of people, but there are even more today. Maybe it's because of Meijio's concert. To avoid getting separated from the crowd, Wu Yan held the hands of Toka and the petite Yoshino. They squeezed through the crowd and opened up a path for the girls. Yoshino and Yoshino also wanted to hold Wu Yan's hand, but Toka and Yoshino got the better of them. They had no choice but to hold onto Wu Yan's shirt. Thus, with the four beautiful and adorable girls in tow, Wu Yan became the most conspicuous person in the plaza. One could even faintly hear the curses of resentment and jealousy coming from the crowd. Alas, Wu Yan is already used to this kind of behavior. He ignored them. Some of the guys who wanted to take advantage of the situation to steal the purses, and some of the guys who wanted to touch the elven girl's private parts got electrocuted. Their mouths started smoking and their hair was burnt to a crisp. After 20 minutes, the five of them finally squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the center of the plaza. Compared to the last concert venue, this one is much bigger and more eye-catching. Just the entrance alone was wider and taller than the entrance of the museum, just like the door of a large palace. Young girls with excited faces handed their tickets to the guards as they happily walked into the venue in groups. They looked very happy. Most of them were the ones who were involved in the battle between Wu Yan and Meijio during the last concert. However, their memories of that day had long been erased. The injuries on their bodies had also been healed by some healing devices. To them, the experience of that day could be considered a rather illusory dream. Oh! 10 Fragrance stood on her tiptoes. Her amethyst-like eyes shone with a strange light. She let out an exaggerated cry. There are a lot of people here too. When we get inside, you'll see even more people. Wu Yan smiled. He pulled 10 Fragrance and 4 Geno's hands and walked towards the venue. However, he didn't go straight to the entrance. Instead, he went to the back of the venue. This made Yeju and Shi confused. Hey, master. Yeju pulled on Wu Yan's clothes and asked, why don't we go through the main entrance? I want to go through the main entrance too. Wu Yan sighed and complained. It's just that Meijio's concert has always been limited to women, and only those fans who have joined her fan club have tickets. You can't buy tickets anywhere else, so she asked me to go directly through the back door. If I go through the front door, I'm afraid I'll be kicked out by those crazy fans. Yeju narrowed his eyes. She even dares to kick out the master of the hurricane's child, Bawu. This Meijio is very arrogant, I agree. Why can't Shi master go through the main entrance? Shi tilted her head to the side, a hint of anger appearing in her silver eyes. Isn't this unfair treatment? Shi won't allow her master to be treated like this. Well, there's a complicated reason behind this. Wu Yan quickly stopped the 2 sisters who were about to fight. Let's just accommodate her for now, okay? Yagia and Dushan pouted, but they nodded anyway. Wu Yan chuckled at this sight. Chapter 1174. Wu Yan, Toka, Yoshino, and Yushin walked down the path provided for the staff. They were being stared at by the women around them. She was like a country bumpkin who had just entered a big city. She kept looking left and right, observing her surroundings. After a while, she finally looked at the staff around her as if she was bored. She tilted her head. Why do I feel like everyone here is a woman? Question. Yushin also looked around. Yushin has the same question. That means everyone here is a woman. Toka looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Why is that? Shido. Oh, you're asking me? Wu Yan rubbed his nose in annoyance. I know the reason, but it's better if you don't know. Otherwise, you'll regret following me. Toka, Yoshino, and Yushin looked at each other. They wanted to ask something, but Wu Yan interrupted them. We're here. Wu Yan stopped in front of one of the resting rooms. The 4 elven girls stopped as well. Be careful. At the same time, Kotori's cautious voice sounded in the earpiece. Don't forget that the last time you met Meijio, she attacked you for no reason. Although your relationship seems to be very good during this period of time, it's still only over the phone. Perhaps the next time you see her, her favorability toward you will be lower than a cockroach. Wu Yan shook his head speechlessly and he knocked on the door of the lounge. Come in. Even under the cover of the cold door, her sweet and intoxicating voice was still exceptionally clear and enchanting, like a gust of warm air blowing past. It caused the pores on the bodies of Toka, Yoshino, Yakuya, and Shishin to open up, and the expressions on their faces became much more comfortable. Wu Yan, who saw this scene with his own eyes, couldn't help being stunned. He bitterly laughed. As expected of an existence whose identification name is Diva. Just her voice alone is unforgettable. With such thoughts in mind, Wu Yan pushed open the door to the lounge. At this moment, there was only one figure in the spacious resting room. The first thing that came into view was her violet hair. Her long hair flowed down like a waterfall. Her silver eyes were like a starry sky. One couldn't help but want to be immersed in her. Her voluptuous figure and hot body. She wore a white dress. It set off her shiny skin. After a period of time, seeing Meijio again, she was still as beautiful as a fairy who had walked out of a dream. She was so charming that the 4 elf girls who saw Meijio for the first time were a little stunned. She sensed that the person who came in wasn't an ordinary staff member, so she sat down. Meijio was tidying her hair in front of the mirror. She turned her head and looked at the door. Wu Yan led a group of 5 into her sight. Meijio flinched. When she realized who this person is, her bright silver eyes flashed. She glanced at Wu Yan before turning her head away in a flustered and unhappy manner. You guys sure are relaxed. The concert is about to start. Well, it hasn't started yet. They finally met again after such a long time. Wu Yan's expression was slightly unnatural. He shrugged and used the same tone he used when talking to Meijio on the phone. If you can come in through the front door, it will be much less troublesome. I don't want a man to walk into my concert, Meijio said bluntly. It's already an exception for you to come. It's an exception among exceptions. Yes. Meijio sounded like she's trying to hide something. Wu Yan couldn't figure out what she's thinking, so he sighed in a perfunctory manner. At the same time, the sound of Ratatasker's members operating the equipment in Fraxinus's command room was also heard through the earpiece. Favorability, 70%. Fixed. No change. Psychic wave stable. No abnormalities. No danger of space tremors. Mental state fluctuating frequency is rather prominent. The target sprite, Diva, seems to be in an abnormal mood. Kotori nodded. She looked at Meijio's image on the screen and the changes in her values. Her red eyes narrowed. Other than her mental state, everything else is fine. Why is her mental state fluctuating so erratically? The change in the numerical value is similar to panic or an increase in heartbeat. Ling Yin answered expressionlessly. It's probably because she saw Mr. Is that so? Kotori pursed her eyebrows and turned to the loudspeaker. She chuckled mischievously. Then, Oni-chan, do you want to take advantage of the situation and take Meijio down? I won't be far from death by then. Wu Yan complained. Let's not talk about Meijio first. I have 4 elves here. Do you want me to show off my techniques to them? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Kotori said in a domineering manner. It's not like there's any danger of reflux. We'll find a way to coax her back. Isn't that what you're best at? What? Best at my ass. I'm sorry, I'm your ass. When Wu Yan and Kotori were arguing, Meijio snorted in dissatisfaction. She wanted to look away from Wu Yan. However, she inadvertently glanced at Toka and the others behind Wu Yan. Looking at the 4 beauties standing behind Wu Yan, Meijio was stunned for a moment. Then her silver eyes lit up. You are? Meijio stood up from her seat. Her expression was unusually bright. Her clear eyes swept across Toka, Yoshino, Yagoya, and Yushi. Her smile was very bright as she walked over. Meijio walked towards them with a smile on her face. For some reason, the 4 elven girls felt a sense of danger. They took a step back and hid behind Wu Yan's back. What do you want? Toka followed her heart and she tugged at Wu Yan's shirt. She didn't hold back when she said those words. She didn't hold back when she was talking to Wu Yan. Don't get too close to me. You look dangerous. Do you want to offend me? Yakuya's tone was still arrogant, but her petite body was fixed behind Wu Yan. You're really brave. Since that's the case, you better be mentally prepared to experience the terror of the 8-dance dance. Warning. Yuxian's eyes flashed with vigilance. If you come any closer, Yuxian has the right to defend herself. Woo-woo. 4th Jinai pulled down the hat on her head and put it on her face. She appeared to be a little flustered and there were tears at the corner of her eyes. She looked very pitiful. Meijio stopped in her tracks. Her expression was blank as well. The rejection of the 4 elven girls seemed to have hit her hard. Wu Yan couldn't bear to see her like this. However, Meijio used her actions to tell Wu Yan that he was too naive. Natural. Chunibyu. Powerless. And a cute and petite loli. Meijio's beautiful big eyes were already twinkling with little stars. Even her hands were clasped together and placed in front of her chest. Her face was filled with absent-mindedness and a blush, as if she was a young girl who had fallen in love. Her eyes became more and more blurred, and in the end, she could not help but cry out. "I can't take it anymore." Following the scream, Meijio charged at Toka, Yoshino, Yagushir, and Shisien with unprecedented speed. "Please come and have a meal with me. Cute girls. What? Don't come over." Amidst their sorrowful cries, the 4 elf girls scrambled to escape. "But this is an offense. This is an offense. Shudder, don't run this way." "Ugh. Why are you running away? Wait." Wah. Wu Yan looked up at the sky and he let out a long sigh. Chapter 1175. Meijio. In the dimly lit venue, the fans in the audience were waving the light sticks in their hands crazily. They shouted a name that seemed to have been trained. The entire venue was filled with deafening cheers. Unfortunately, no matter how loud the cheers were, they couldn't drown out a voice. To be more precise, it was a voice that was amplified by a microphone. On the brightly lit stage, the sound of spotlights being turned on rang out several times within a short second. Spotlights of different colors shone on the center of the stage from different directions. Meijio, who was wearing a white gown and looked like a goddess of moonlight, was exposed to the audience's eyes. Meijio. At this moment, a voice that was several times louder than before soared into the sky. It reverberated throughout the entire venue, causing the ground to tremble. Standing on the brightly lit stage, Meijio looked down at the fans in the audience who were cheering wildly. She showed a sweet smile and opened her hands. "Hello, everyone." "Hello." The overlapping voices of agreement replaced the cheers and echoed in every corner of the venue. Meijio nodded in satisfaction. She looked at a certain spot in the audience and blinked cutely. "Thank you everyone for coming today. I'm very happy. So, I hope everyone can enjoy themselves today." After saying that, Meijio spun in a circle as though she was dancing. Then clear music started to fill the air and filled the air. Following that was Meijio's enchanting song. She danced with light steps. She stretched her beautiful body. Under the lights, Meijio had an extremely sweet smile on her face. She danced along with the music and sang to her heart's content. As the song entered the climax, the tune became more and more cheerful. The spotlights on the stage became brighter and brighter. Meijio's dance became more and more intense. As the performance progressed, she displayed all of her abilities. The mood and atmosphere of the audience in the venue continued to expand. Everywhere was filled with enthusiasm and joy. So beautiful. In a narrow passage near the backstage, Wu Yan, Toka, Yoshino, Yakuya, and Yuxian were standing there. From the side of the stage, they were watching Meijio's performance from the closest distance. Listening to the beautiful melody, everyone's performance was different. Siyu's eyes were wide open as she watched Meijio dancing on the stage with a smile on her face. She couldn't help but be entranced by her singing. Her beautiful blue eyes were filled with waves. Clearly, she had been conquered by Meijio's song. Yijuya and Shisien closed their eyes and listened to Meijio's song with their ears. Their expressions were serene. As for 10 fragrances, she blinked her innocent purple eyes and gradually became absent-minded. Even Toka, who didn't have a comprehensive understanding of idols and songs, and who didn't have much enthusiasm, was mesmerized by Meijio's performance. One could only imagine how good Meijio's singing was. Whether it was her movements, her dance, her expression, or her melody, Meijio displayed her overwhelming strength. She instantly captured the hearts of the audience in the venue. Coupled with the support of the audience who were waving the light sticks in their hands and shouting deafening cheers with all their might, who could have imagined it? Seductive Meijio was actually a singer who had only debuted half a year ago. Without a doubt, because of Meijio's song, the atmosphere in the venue had reached an unprecedented level of craziness and excitement. The emotions of the fans were also unusually high. If someone fainted because of too much excitement, then it wouldn't be surprising. Toka, Yoshino, Yakuya, and Yushin watched Meijio perform to her heart's content on the stage. Their faces were filled with longing. Perhaps, in every girl's heart, there was a dream to stand on the stage. Yushin, who was always listless, inadvertently noticed. Unlike everyone else who was captivated by Meijio's singing and charm, Wu Yan's face was expressionless. Yushin even noticed that from time to time, Wu Yan's brows would flash with disappointment and helplessness. Yushin, who was immersed in the stage, immediately woke up and looked at Wu Yan worriedly. "Master, do you not like Meijio's singing?" Yushin's voice attracted the attention of the other three girls. They all turned to look at Wu Yan. "What's wrong?" Toka met Wu Yan's eyes and asked in confusion, "Shido, do you not like Meijio's singing?" "Is that so?" Yakuya tilted his head and crossed his arms. "If Master doesn't like Meijio's singing, then let's leave, brother Shido." Yoshino grabbed Wu Yan's sleeve to show that she was on his side. Wu Yan smiled when he saw the worried gazes of the four elven girls who were still immersed in Meijio's performance. They didn't even hesitate to proclaim their love for him. "It's not that I don't like Meijio's singing." Wu Yan patted Yoshino's head to comfort her. He also held Yushin's hand and gave the four girls a reassuring look. He then looked at Meijio and sighed. "I'm just a little worried. Toka, Yoshino, Yakuya, and Yushin's spiritual energy was sealed so they didn't notice anything." However, Wu Yan could clearly sense it. When Meijio was singing, her voice was filled with spiritual energy. In other words, Meijio was still singing with her mesmerizing voice as usual. She was constantly using her power to arouse the enthusiasm of the audience. It wasn't that Meijio's singing wasn't good. Even if she didn't use her spiritual energy, her singing could still affect the audience's emotions. However, after using her spiritual energy, the audience's emotions would be amplified and they would become even more frenzied. What did this mean? It meant that Meijio was afraid. She was afraid that her singing wouldn't receive the support she expected. Perhaps, Meijio was worried that her singing wouldn't receive the expected response and she would be ridiculed by the audience. In other words, Meijio was afraid of her own fans. That's why she wanted to use this method to amplify the audience's emotions. Obviously, the past experience, even after half a year, still affected Meijio and left a shadow in her heart. That's why Wu Yan said he was worried. As for his disappointment, it wasn't because Meijio used her spiritual energy to sing. It was because he couldn't hear Meijio's original singing voice and he was simply disappointed. Therefore, the disappointed Wu Yan didn't notice that Meijio, who was about to take a break after the performance, happened to see Wu Yan's disappointed sigh. Meijio's heart trembled when she saw the worry and disappointment in his wine-red eyes. She glanced at Wu Yan and then at the fanatical fans in the audience. Meijio hesitated. Should he try and see if he could sing his original voice without using the power of the elves? The moment this thought flashed through her mind, Meijio's bright silver eyes were filled with endless fear. In her mind, half a year ago, she stood on the stage and received the cold and dark gazes of the audience. She tried her best to open her mouth and speak into the microphone in her hand. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a sound. That scene of despair appeared in her mind, causing the fear in her eyes to magnify infinitely. Under the urge of extreme fear, the thought of using her own voice to sing instantly vanished. Meijio shook her head and forced a smile. She waved her hand at the audience below. Soon after, under the cheers and gazes of everyone present, she slowly walked towards the tunnel by the side. However, in the deepest part of Meijio's heart, the thought that had vanished into thin air had already concealed itself from Meijio, leaving behind a faint mark. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.